Okay. Okay, so we'll start again. We just wait Jonas finish his picture. And yes, today we need to be on time because the restaurant start at 12:30. So we need to respect the schedules. So it's okay, we can start.
Bonjour. Hello, good morning. Thank you for coming from the last conference that we have from Angelica Galante. And I'm not sure if we are supposed to connect. So, hi, Angelica. Hi.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. I'm honored to present you. Angelica Galante is Associate Professor of Language Education in William Johnson Scholar at McGill University. And as the director of the Plurilingual Lab, Dr. Galante conducts studies with her research in the areas of plurilingual education, language pedagogy, linguistic discrimination, justice, and teacher education. And she has received, as I learned, the 2024 President Prize. So she is a well-known researcher in the field of plurilingual education, and we are really happy to hear the speech for 45 minutes, Angelica. So I will make a sign 5 minutes before, so you can have an idea of the time slot. Is it okay for you? Yeah. Okay.
Great.
And then we have some minutes for discussion. So without not you, I'll leave you the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Well, thank you everybody for being here, and thank you for the organizers for the invitation, and also for allowing me to do this talk online. I was supposed to be there, but for health reasons, I wasn't able to. So it's great to see you all. O meu nome é Angélica Galante, eu sou originalmente do Brasil e eu sou uma imigrante aqui no Canadá. Eu acho que isso é importante dizer, porque vocês vão ver como isso é ligado à minha pesquisa. So the title of my presentation is Power, Language and Equity, Reimagining Plurilingualism in Universities. Before we get started, it's important to acknowledge the territory where I am located. McGill University is located in Tiohtià:ke, commonly known as Montreal. It's a historically gathering place for many First Nations here in this country. We recognize and respect the Ganyageha as the traditional custodians of the lands and waters on which I am today. Also important to acknowledge the funding agencies that provided funds for the 3 studies that I'm going to share with you today. And just as an outline, I included a scan code here if you'd like to have a copy of this presentation in PDF. An outline of the presentation, I'm going to start with a brief overview of the Canadian landscape and to talk about the increasing multilingualism in this country, language and power in Canadian universities, EDI policies, equity, diversity, and inclusion policies here. Then I'm going to delve into 3 studies, one talking about language, the language profile of students in universities here in Montreal. Another one with in-service language teachers implementing plurilingual approach in their classes. And a 3rd study with pre-service language teacher education on plurilingualism, equipping them to use plurilingual approach in their language classrooms. And finally, some recommendations for pedagogy and policies in universities. All right, so to start, Canada is infamously known as a bilingual country with official languages English and French. So when we respond to questions on census, the questions are usually, do you speak English, do you speak French, or do you speak other languages? When it's reported, the common report is we have these much French speakers, we have this much English speakers, and we have everybody else who speak other languages. So you can see here that 23% of the population speak a mother tongue other than English and French here in this country. So bilingualism in Canada is commonly understood as being English and French bilingual, as if there were no other types of bilingualism. And this bilingual discourse somewhat overshadows multilingualism and making other languages invisible. Multilingualism here is on the rise. We have over 200 languages, including more than 70 indigenous languages. In about a span of 5 years, from 2011 to 2016, we had an increase of 14.7% in multilingualism here. This is mainly due to immigration, but also efforts of language revitalization, especially among indigenous communities. So we have more indigenous communities and indigenous peoples speaking or learning their ancestral languages. There are language projections for Canada by 2036. It is expected that we're going to have fewer speakers of English as a mother tongue, fewer speakers of French as a mother tongue, so the two official languages, and we are projected to have at least 6% more of speakers of languages other than the official languages. So we know that we need to continue to prepare language teachers and universities to, let's say, deal with the diversity problem as it is commonly put here. And this will, increase. This diversity will continue to increase. So it's urgent for us to think about plurilingual policies in universities and everywhere else. Now, bilingualism in Canada is not equally represented across the province. You can see here that there are some provinces that we have only 2% of French speakers and 96% of English speakers, which is the case of Manitoba, for example. But we also see Quebec, which is the province where I am located, where we have 84% of French speakers compared to 15% of English speakers, but with a very good rate of bilingualism, with almost half of the population in Quebec being bilingual speakers of English and French. Quebec is a province that is very unique in Canada. It is surrounded by English as a dominant language across the country. So French is still a minority language in Canada, but in Quebec, it's a majority language. But you can see here with this graph that from 1971 to 2021, there was a huge increase of bilingualism in this province, which to some people, this is a very positive result, but other people fear that more people are speaking English in this province than French. So there are a lot of efforts to strengthen French in this province, a lot of funds for French language, and not a lot of funds for English. So English in this province is a minority language, which is crazy to think about it because it's still a majority language across the country. In Montreal, specifically, Montreal is an island, literally, and most of the population here either was born outside of Canada or have immigrant parents. So the population is very similar to me. I am an immigrant here. I come from Brazil, and I am a double immigrant, I would say. I come from Brazil, and I also come from Ontario, the English-speaking province. So sometimes people see me as Brazilian, sometimes some people may see me as an Anglophone from Ontario. But we do have this double monolingualism where in universities across Canada, we have English-speaking universities. For example, McGill University, where I am located, is an English-speaking university. We also have French language-speaking universities. In these universities, a vast majority of the courses are taught in English or in French. But we also have bilingual universities where we have courses both in English and in French. And in fact, if you want to work in a bilingual university, you need to speak both English and French to be able to teach in these two languages. So what happens is, in Quebec in particularly, we have policies to strengthen the French language to the point that some people would say are discriminatory. So for example, the Quebec government has recently launched a law that makes students who are not from Quebec and international students pay a higher tuition if they go to English-speaking universities. So if they go to a Francophone university here in Quebec, then they pay, you know, a small, not a small tuition, but smaller than English-speaking. So the discourse of the government is that they need to use this money to continue to fund French language-speaking universities, but of course, this has created a lot of problems for English-speaking universities. Many are concerned about the number of students, the intake of students. Some have seen 30% less in enrollment from students, of course, because they don't want to pay as much, and they can go to other English-speaking universities in other provinces. So this is especially for Quebec. Now, other problems that we have here is the language for inclusion. So many universities now have equity, diversity, and inclusion policies. So this is one of the policies that we have here at McGill. And inclusion meaning inclusion of neurodivergence, inclusion of different ethnicities, inclusion on many levels. However, if we type the word language in this document, there is no language is found. So language is completely overlooked, not only in this policy here at McGill, but if you look at policies across the country. So language is not included as an EDI issue. Monolingual policies permeate university settings, either in English or in French. Many people find that if they go to a French language speaking university, it's too Francophone, or if they go to an English speaking university, it's too Anglophone. But when they get out, you know, of the universities, they feel, you know, like, oh, finally, I can use my languages again. Canadian policies still encourage a bilingual identity, or the effect that it has is that people try to identify as bilingual and they hardly ever go beyond bilingualism, even if they speak other languages. And we believe here that teacher education on plurilingualism and plurilingual pedagogies can be a means to confront this monolingual ideology that we have in universities. So that's the kind of work that we do here with my team. So I'm going to share a little bit about the kind of work that I do with the team. So I'll first use data from a study that I conducted to identify the number of languages that students usually have in a university. Here I got a university in Montreal, in Quebec, remembering that we are in Quebec, where the official language is French. So the study, we collected data in an English-speaking university in Montreal and also at the Plurilingual Lab. We had 250 participants in several programs. So these were mainly students in undergraduate or master's or PhD. The criteria, they had to be at least 18 years old and speak 2 languages or more. And many times we would go to classes to invite people to participate, and everybody would participate. So it was very easy for us to have participants. The data instruments were provided in both English and French. So there were 2 main questions that we asked. What are the reasons why individuals identify or do not identify as plurilingual and pluricultural? And what factors contribute to higher or lower levels of plurilingual and pluricultural competence? This was a mixed method study and included 3 types of instruments. One, a demographic questionnaire. The second one, the PPC scale, which is a scale that I developed a while ago that asks people questions such as, I can use the knowledge I have in one language to understand the same topic in another language. And then if you agree, strongly agree, you circle number 4. If you don't agree, then you circle 1. I understand that there are differences between cultures and that what can be considered strange to one person may be considered normal to another. Again, if you agree or disagree, you circle whatever number you prefer. We also provided the plurilingual pluricultural identity questionnaire. We provided a definition of what a plurilingual person is, or a pluricultural person is. And we asked them if they consider themselves a plurilingual person or a pluricultural person. Yes or no, why and why not? So in this one, questionnaire, we wanted to gather a little bit more a nuanced representation of their identity. We analyzed the data using inductive and deductive analysis. I'm going to share some of the results. Here is just a little bit of the participants' demographics. So we have students from different ethnicities: white, Asian, Middle Eastern, mixed ethnicities, Latinos and Latinas. Being Black, the mean age was 24.5 years old. There were 34 different first languages. 100% of the 250 students identified at least as having 3 languages in their repertoire. But some had more. We had a student who had 8 languages in their repertoire. 38% were born in Canada, 25% born in China. There is a very large cohort of international students from China in this university. 35% were born in other countries. There were 39 other countries. 92.9% of this sample identified as plurilingual, and 88% identified as pluricultural, which was interesting to see a little bit of difference here. And I'll share a little bit about what they talked about. So some of the main reasons for identifying as plurilingual had to do with their rich linguistic repertoire, their ample lived experiences with languages, awareness of differences and similarities across languages and cultures, being transcultural and being able to go to different types of communities, being able to adapt and integrate, using translanguaging, and being open to languages and cultures. I'll share a couple of quotes from participants just so you can understand the nuanced representation of their identity. So one participant said, "I truly believe we are all plurilingual because we all know or have some knowledge of other languages or variations of the same languages." Another person said, "I speak fluent Arabic because I am Moroccan. I speak fluent French because it's the second language in my home country. I also speak fluent Spanish because I did all my scholarship in a Spanish school back in Morocco. And I also speak English and I'm trying to improve my skills." One participant who was born in Montreal said that she was a child of immigrants from Greece. Aside from attending Greek school, she studied English and Greek during elementary school, English and French during high school, and pursued bilingual diploma in college and studied English and Spanish in university. So her educational crisscrossing is prevalent among trilinguals growing up in Montreal, and being plurilingual is who I am, and I cannot imagine living or working only using one language. So we can see that the makeup of the demographic, of the student demographic is quite plurilingual, but then when these students enter the university, they have to behave in a monolingual manner, either as a francophone or as an anglophone. Another student here said that she feels like a different person when using different languages. For instance, she feels more of a shy person when speaking Arabic, but feels empowered when speaking English. She has been exposed to different languages and can understand cultures easily. In her family, she has created a hybrid culture, and they say that they translanguage quite often. Now, participants who identified as bilingual only, even if they spoke more than 2 languages, were all born in Quebec. 4 white Canadians were reluctant to identify as pluricultural as they feared cultural appropriation. So the idea of pluriculturality among some white students is something that is a concern. Many feel that they would be appropriating another culture if they called themselves pluricultural. That might be the difference between the plurilingual identity and pluricultural identity that we have found. Now, some factors that contribute to plurilingual and pluricultural levels were, in terms of country of origins, we divided the data into students born in Canada, students born in China, and students born in other places. We just didn't have enough of the other places to run statistical analysis. So we found that participants born in Canada had significantly higher plurilingual and pluricultural competence scores, and participants born in China had significantly lower plurilingual and pluricultural scores compared to students from other countries. So this may be due to, of course, if you are in Canada and if you have English and French in your repertoire, you feel a little bit more free to use these languages. If you were born in China, perhaps you don't have as many opportunities to speak Mandarin. But at the same time, there may be a difference in policies here. We still have a bilingual policy. In China, we know that the mandate is that everybody speaks Mandarin as the language of, that unifying the language in the country. We also ran analysis to see PPC, plurilingual pluricultural competence, and number of years lived in Canada. So we found that there was a relationship between the longer residence in Canada, so those people who are international, for example, or who immigrated, the longer they stayed in Canada, the higher their PPC scores were. And this may be due to the fact that if you already speak other languages, you come to Canada, you end up learning English or French or both languages. In terms of number of languages, a high number of languages reported was related to high PPC scores, which is kind of natural, I guess. The more languages you have in your repertoire, the more opportunities you may have to use your plurilingual and pluricultural repertoire. Now, the results of the study were reported in 2 journal articles. If you're interested, you can learn a little bit more. Of course, I didn't talk much about the details, but you can take a look at them later. Now, the second study was a study that we conducted in Toronto. So remember, Toronto, Ontario, English dominant, where we have a vast majority of the population speaking English as a first language. This was a study with in-service university English teachers implementing plurilingualism. So I'll share a little bit about that. So the idea was to really explore whether English teachers in a university, so these were teachers teaching English for academic purposes. So I wanted to know whether teachers teaching, let's say, in a monolingual way, using English only and, not engaging students in using their repertoires, what kind of differences that would be if teachers were teaching using plurilingual tasks with the same content, but getting students to really think about their linguistic repertoire. So there were 7 teachers who participated in the study, and each teacher had 2 classes. So each class had about 10 students. So 10 students in one group, 10 students in another group, all of the same at the same English language level. They had B2 to C1, I would say. I divided the groups into treatment and comparison groups. Treatment group would receive plurilingual tasks. Comparison group would receive monolingual tasks. So with the teachers, I created tasks, both monolingual and plurilingual, so that they could use, but the teachers didn't know exactly that these tasks in the treatment group were called plurilingual. They knew that there would be an element of linguistic diversity, but they didn't know exactly to what extent these would be. There were 129 students who participated in the study, a vast majority international because they were in an English for academic purposes program, 50 in the comparison group and 79 in the treatment group. There is a little bit of difference here in terms of numbers because one of the 7 teachers here had only one group. So this teacher decided to use the plurilingual tasks. That's why we have a difference here. So what did the teachers do? I created tasks with them for each week. There were only 10 tasks. Each task was about 2 hours. So 2 hours a week, they would engage in plurilingual tasks. And the other time of the curriculum was dedicated to the curriculum that they had in the school. So it wasn't the entire course that was plurilingual. I would say it was about 20 to 25% of the course that was plurilingual. If you are interested in taking a look at the tasks, you can go to the website called breakingtheinvisiblewall.com, and the tasks are there. A little note about the tasks. Some teachers were very concerned about using some of the tasks in the classroom because they didn't know that it was going to ask them to get students to use other languages. So they were very concerned, like, whoa, but my students are in an English program. How can I ask them to start thinking about the other languages, comparing? I don't think they're going to be happy. So in the very beginning, they were reluctant to use them, but they still did. But after, I think when they got to task number 3, they already felt very comfortable and they wanted to have more and more. There were several instruments that I used to collect data, but I'm going to focus a little bit on the plurilingual pluricultural competence scale and also weekly learner diary entries. I had over 600 entries from students, so it was very nice to get their ideas after they did each task. So the first finding that we had was that plurilingual instruction had positive effect on EAP students' plurilingual pluricultural competence over time. So I provided the plurilingual pluricultural scale at time 1 and at time 2. So before the course started and after the course ended. So that was about 4 months later. And you will see that at time 1, students had very similar levels of plurilingual pluricultural competence, which was expected. But at time 2, after the program was over, the students in the treatment group had much higher, significantly higher PPC scores compared to the students in the comparison group, in the monolingual group. The second finding was that plurilingual instruction had several affordances, and this is from the students' perceptions. They talked about cognition, having to think a lot, doing a lot of reflection, plurilingual pluricultural awareness, being flexible using their languages, cultural learning, relatability. They would share lots of stories and engage in critical thinking. But of course, they were also reporting that it helped them with English language learning, which was very reassuring to know. Here is just one quote from a student. She said that there are more than 50% people whose native language is not English or French in Toronto. That means I don't need to be uncomfortable speaking English because I'm really not the minority. The third finding was that all 7 instructors preferred plurilingual instruction compared to monolingual instruction. The instructor's perceptions was that plurilingual instruction was more beneficial than monolingual instruction because there were several other affordances. For example, students were able to share lived experiences with languages and cultures. It challenged the monolingual, monocultural mindset. I remember, for example, some classes had a lot of international students from China, and teachers would see, international students from China as one monocultural group. But of course, after engaging in the tasks, they would see how one particular linguistic group was very diverse as well. There was a role reversal where students were teaching other students and also teaching the teachers about some of the languages and the cultures that they had acquired, validation of plurilingual practice, engagement, and provided a safe space to discuss more topics that are more that create tensions, especially culturally speaking. If you'd like to know a little bit more, we have some work on YouTube, an abstract of an article that we have published together, but we also have other types of publications. 2 publications were actually done with the teachers. So if you're interested in knowing more about the work we have done with the teachers, feel free to access them. Finally, the 3rd study is a study that we conducted with pre-service language teachers. So these were teachers, these were students in a BEd program, a Bachelor of Education program, who were studying to become teachers. So this was done in Montreal, in Quebec, when, again, the official French language policies are in place. But these teachers are learning how to be English language teachers. So they're going to be teaching English in Quebec schools, mostly in Quebec schools, but some people would go abroad as well. We created a research team that was multilingual because we did a few studies out of this project. And many times we had to collect data in different languages. And of course, I didn't speak all of these languages. So we had a very good multilingual research team, which is something that is not very difficult to find here at McGill because a lot of people speak 3, 4 languages. So this study was done in a 4th-year teaching methods course of the Bachelor of Education in Teaching English as a Second Language here at McGill University. The course was delivered face-to-face, and the goals were to equip teacher candidates with critical plurilingual pedagogy and at the same time investigate their perceptions before and after they implemented plurilingual tasks in Quebec schools. So these were teachers who were, part of the course was theoretical and practical in class, and then they would go to their stage to do their teaching in Quebec schools and being supervised by a teacher who was in service already. There were 16 teacher candidates who participated in the study. All of them were plurilingual, with 50% having English as their first language. Now, we see plurilingualism here as an umbrella term in terms of pedagogy. There are many approaches that we included, for example, languaging, translanguaging, using cross-linguistic approaches, intercomprehension, linguistic landscape, translation, etc. So you are very familiar with some of these approaches, so I'm not going to go over that, but the teachers were not familiar. So we had to teach them what these approaches were. So before doing the study, we created a guide, a plurilingual guide. So what approaches these are and how can they be implemented. So we decided to design this to guide and support educators to facilitate this transition between teaching in a monolingual, bilingual way to using plurilingual pedagogies. This guide is free. It's free access. So if you would like to take a look at it, you can Google it and you'll find it. So there is a brief explanation of plurilingualism. It has pedagogical strategies, video tutorials, samples of tasks, but we make sure to tell people that this guide does not provide a recipe for what to do in the classroom. Instead, it serves as a reflection piece so that people can understand about plurilingualism and adapt these tasks or even create tasks for themselves in their contexts. So some examples that are some features of plurilingual education and also pedagogical strategies. We highlight only 5 to make things easier for people who are new to plurilingualism. And we also created video tutorials, very short video tutorials, about 2 minutes, with plurilingual strategies. So what we would do is we would get people to explore this guide, read and watch the tutorials, and start preparing lessons and tasks for the classes that they were going to be teaching in when they had their internship. We focus on 2 research questions. What are teacher candidates' understandings of critical plurilingualism, and what are their perceptions of affordances and challenges of these approaches before and after they had implemented that in their language classroom? Something that is important to mention is that teacher education in Quebec needs to equip teachers with 13 professional competencies. Some of these competencies are, that people need to learn. They have to be able to speak the language very well, et cetera, et cetera. But some of them are that teachers need to be equipped with strategies and knowledge to be able to teach in an increasing linguistic and cultural diverse setting. Quebec has been, of course, just like a trend in Canada, receiving many immigrants, but not only immigrants, people who learn different languages. So it's important to engage these students in using those languages and their cultural backgrounds. Also increased use of digital technologies, especially after COVID, and also the integration of Indigenous perspectives. You may know that Canada has strong policies, strong, it could be stronger, but strong policies on revitalizing Indigenous languages as a way to reconcile from the colonial atrocities that happened here in this country. So getting people to learn more about their ancestral languages and Indigenous languages that they spoke in their communities. And because of that, we also reached out to the First Nations Education Council to equip us with knowledge on how to do this in the language classroom. So how can we include Indigenous knowledges in the language classroom here, but also in the teacher education program? So how can we, people like me, equip the teachers who are in the teacher education program to use Indigenous knowledges? So this document served as a very helpful one. So one of them is to include authentic materials with Indigenous voices. So I'll share a little bit about this in a bit. Just to give you an overview, the topics of the courses, the course were Indigenous perspectives in education, how to use backwards design for lesson planning, which is critical in action-oriented approach, using authentic Indigenous content in lesson plans, and also infusing plurilingual and pluricultural strategies in their lessons. We generated data via online posts every week. We would have discussions on Peruso and VoiceThread. These are 2 software that we were using. The teacher candidates would also design language tasks, and they would present these tasks in the classroom. They did a lot of lesson plans. They had a final reflection after they actually taught these classes in Quebec schools, and I used a research field note. This was a classroom research using a qualitative case study, and I used interpretive content analysis with 2 coders to analyze the data. Let me just give you an example of a lesson plan using an action-oriented approach, and what was it that students were actually doing. So this is one lesson plan by a group of teacher candidates. They use an Indigenous animation. So again, thinking about including authentic Indigenous voices in the classroom. This was an authentic video, but at the same time, it had narration in English. So the teachers engaged in creating a task scenario. They were using the CEFR descriptors to think about the focus of the language task. They also, well, here on the right-hand side, you can see the CFR descriptors that they have selected. And on the left-hand side, the plurilingual strategies that came out of those video tutorials that I showed you before. So they would choose some plurilingual strategies from those video tutorials, and they would explain how they were using these strategies in their language tasks. So, of course, they created steps, talked about the steps in each part of the task, with usually a product at the very end. In this case, the students all watched movies in different languages, and they created movie reviews in English, but also in other languages, and they had a movie gallery at the school so that parents could come and ask them questions. So it was something very engaging. Now, what are some of the findings? The first one is that teacher candidates understood plurilingualism or language differently. So there were two main findings here, a renewed concept of language as nonlinear, multimodal, and asymmetric, and also that critical plurilingual pedagogies was seen as a decolonial approach. So an approach that would not center English or French, or monocultural, based on the two official languages in the country, but would get students to counter deficit views of language, and including topics such as colonialism, including traumatic experiences with language and linguistic discrimination. So just one example of a participant who said about their different view of language. She said, "My understanding of language learning and identity has drastically changed after learning about plurilingualism. I used to have a deficit view of myself regarding my language abilities, and unfortunately, a lot of my friends who are plurilingual also have this deficit view." Now, in terms of affordances and challenges before and after they implemented plurilingualism or plurilingual tasks in their classes, they talked a lot about learner empowerment, that their students felt free to use their repertoire. They felt that they had agency over their plurilingual repertoire. Another finding was the fact that these tasks aligned very well with equity, diversity, inclusion, and decolonization. Learners were very invested and engaged, and teachers felt really empowered, but at the same time, there was a little bit of disempowerment, mainly because they went to a school and they were being supervised by an in-service teacher who didn't understand about plurilingual tasks. So sometimes the teachers did not even allow them to use plurilingual tasks. They wouldn't like the idea of including different languages or different cultures in the language class. So one example of a quote here, having more than one language policy in the classroom. I think I am almost done. Is that right?
Angelica, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, wonderful. So one of the participants talked about having more than one language policy in the classroom enhances creativity, inclusion, sense of community, and awareness of other cultures and languages, which allows students to learn about different viewpoints and customs and much more of different cultures, including indigenous languages and cultures in Canada and other countries. The results of this study has also been published in 2 journal articles. If you're interested in knowing a little bit more, feel free to access them. Some of these resources, so you will notice that the kind of study that we do here, the Plurilingual Lab, we have, of course, the research component, but we also have a pedagogical component, either with video tutorials or resources that teachers can do, because we feel it's very important for us to empower not only knowledge mobilizers, but also teachers. And we are very happy to see that some of these resources are being used in teacher education programs, not only in Canada, but across the globe, which is something very cool. Here we have one, French as a language teaching education program in Canada, using the Plurilingual Guide too. But we have international networks with the Council of Europe, and also in New Zealand with the Linguistic Diversity and Discrimination Network, also using resources of the research that we create here. Now I'm going to wrap up the talk with a few implications and a couple of recommendations for university settings more specifically. So the first one is that when we think about language, power, and inclusion in this country, we really have to think about linguistic tensions. So linguistic tensions here between English and French, And then among all of the other languages, some people feel that they pose threats to plurilingualism society. And universities, when they think about using plurilingualism in universities, they think, whoa, we can't include all of the other languages. So which language do we need to include? But they fail to understand that plurilingual policies is not about making multilingual or polyglot universities, but instead acknowledging the languages spoken by the student population and getting them to be seen and encouraged. In Canada and other colonial contexts, colonial legacies is something important to bear in mind. So here there is an urgent need for decolonial pedagogies centering the voices of the linguistic minorities. Dominant discourses of monolingualism or even bilingualism here, because it's like a double monolingualism, can restrict people's use of other languages in public spaces to the point that people don't want to use other languages in fear of being discriminated against. Canada's official languages seem to be thriving, but again, it depends on where. So French is thriving in Quebec, but not across the country. But minority languages here really need further recognition, and otherwise plurilingual, pluricultural competence will cease to be developed. And again, we're going to have, for example, which is something very common here, immigrants arrive in Canada with their linguistic repertoire, and after 1 or 2 generations, their linguistic repertoire disappears in the family. So they tend to either use English or French. University policies in diverse contexts like Canada need to recognize the current multilingual, multicultural reality of the landscape, because we have in Montreal, for example, over 50% of the population speak languages other than English or French. Some recommendations for policies in universities. Of course, the first one is to acknowledge languages other than the official languages. For example, here, if we had a committee, for example, that speaks a language other than English and French, and a student who would like to write a thesis in another language, except for English and French, it's almost impossible to get that done. Even if we have the human resources to do that. So that's something that would be very interesting to see, products being produced in languages other than the 2 official languages. Creating spaces on campus to celebrate linguistic diversity, of course, encouraging plurilingual pedagogical practices where professors in any course, not only in language, in engineering, get students to use their repertoire in assignments. They can read in different languages, include sources from different cultural and epistemological views. There are cases where some professors don't even allow students to use sources that are not written in English, which is alarming. Mobilizing knowledge in different languages, so not only in English or French, but other languages that they have too. And some things are very simple, like having classroom discussions in different languages, even if the professor doesn't understand, which is something that is very easy to do. Language teacher programs continue to do collaborative research with teachers to equip them with the knowledge and resources to teach in a way that is more plurilingual and pluricultural. And finally, mobilizing research results to policymakers and colleagues so that we can try to ignite change in university policies. Wow, so all that to say that we have a lot of work to be done. Here at the Plurilingual Lab, we try to do this in different ways with speaker series, graduate talks, mobilizing pedagogical resources, research materials. So if you'd like to find out more, feel free to take a look at what we do. And I'm going to stop here. There are some publications from the 3 studies that I listed here, if you're interested. And I would love to get into the discussion with you. Então, muito obrigada, muitas gracias, merci beaucoup, and thank you very much.
No, muito obrigado, Angélica, for this excellent informative speech. I have already 2 questions, but I will give the the floor to the public for questions. Thank you very much.
Perfect.
So the floor is yours. You have some questions or reactions? So to spend some time, I will break the ice by asking 2 questions, if it's okay for you.
Of course.
The first question is about the plurilingual competence, plurilingual and pluricultural competence, the PPC.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of a book that Veronique Castellotti and Danielle Moore coordinated a few years ago. You probably know that, about the plurilingual competence. And then we, actually the Francophone point of view was more describing the plurilingual competence with cases of different data. And I was wondering the scale that you mentioned, which was the criteria that you used to develop the scale. It's a large question, but if you can give us some answers about that, because it's a different point of view of approaching PPC. And the second one is about the status of the languages. You mentioned about the Chinese people, that they are not willing to see themselves as bilingual. Is there some research about the status of the languages? I'm thinking of the text you see about the Greek people. So if it's more the images that they have about themselves, the status of languages are playing a role in that.
That's a very good question. All right, so the first one, yes, thank you so much for the question. And plurilingual and pluricultural competence scale, how was that done? That document that you mentioned from Costemur and Zahat, for example, who wrote about plurilingual pluricultural competence way back when, was something influential for me. So I did draw a lot on the theoretical understandings of plurilingual pluricultural competence back then. But I also used the plurilingual pluricultural competence descriptors of the new CFR. So at the time I was developing the competence, the scale, I was looking, the new CFR wasn't available yet, but I was fortunate to be part of the studies that happened, before the CFR came to be. So I was able to look at the descriptors and adapt those descriptors into, let's say, plain language. A lot of the times, so going back a little bit, I really wanted to test, to find some sort of measurement of plurilingual pluricultural competence. I know that this is something very challenging to do. I'm not going to say that the scale is perfect. Any scale is not perfect. It's, perfection. I prefer qualitative data because then you get more nuanced representations. And that's why when I use the PPC scale, I always use with qualitative data to kind of complement the results of that scale. But what we had to do with the items of the scale, we really had to boil it down to items that were easy for people to understand, people who were not aware of plurilingualism and pluriculturalism, but at the same time, something that was tangible for people who spoke 2 or 3 languages. So sometimes with a couple of examples. Now, could I include way more items? Yes, of course. But at the same time, when we were providing the scale items for participants, if we had the initial scale had several items, and they found it was very tiring after a while, because every single item includes a lot of reflection. So they really had to think, oh, do I agree with that? Do I not agree with that? Why? And then, answer the items. So that's one of the, I'm not sure if I have answered your question, but please let me know if I haven't. And the second one that you talked about, the Chinese as the status of the language. or the image they have about themselves. I haven't done research with Chinese students only, but I have seen other articles using the PPC scale, for example, with a huge cohort of Chinese students in China. And what I have seen in that article is that even though Chinese students or Chinese population have so many dialects, so the representation of plurilingualism in China may differ a little bit from representation that we have, in Canada, where we see languages kind of as discrete. But we have languages and we don't talk much about dialects, where in China we do, right? So the inclusion of dialects in the linguistic repertoire makes, Chinese speakers be highly plurilingual. However, because dialects are not commonly represented in policies or are not represented at all, the focus is on Mandarin. This, of course, influences people to think that they are monolingual, but they are not. So it's more a representation of themselves that, in my view, is a reflection also of the policies, the monolingual policies that they have in that country. So, but that doesn't mean that they are monolingual. They just they believe they are monolingual instead of plurilingual. Have I answered your question?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Some questions or reactions?
Muito obrigada, Angélica, pela intervenção, que achei
muito obrigada pela pergunta.
Donc, je passe au français, c'est la langue.
I'm going to speak in French because this is the main language and the language that we share. And I was really impressed by the research and the results that you presented. And I was particularly interested in the last study that you did when it comes to training provided by future teachers or candidate trainers. I am at the University of Geneva, and I'm involved in providing training to teachers who are going to teach French as a second or foreign language. And so they are going to be teaching at middle school and high school in France. And it's about those students who who live in Switzerland, speak other languages, and have to join the mainstream classes. And when our students come to us, they already have a bachelor or master's in foreign languages, and they're already aware of the whole issue of plurilingualism. But most of the time, they haven't had the opportunity to put it into practice. And so it's within the framework of our training program that they're able to put it into practice. And during a recent workshop, we had conversations with the students, and we encouraged them to make use of their students' resources. When they teach French, make use of the local original resources to make them think about things. And they were convinced by that approach. But they say, even though we're convinced, when we get to the schools themselves, sometimes the rules themselves are very strict in terms of having to use French and only speak to our students in French. And so I don't really have a question per se, but I think there's something that should be done there. Our students are convinced, we're convinced, but once they get to the field, there's tension between what they're supposed to be doing, what they know to do, and what the schools actually allow them to do. And so we need to work with those in the field, those working in the schools, so that the results obtained from our research can be applied, and that our students can be encouraged to practice what they know. So it was just a comment, but I think it's a comment shared by several of us here.
In English, if that's okay. It's very, very interesting that you were saying that, because the same situation happens here in Quebec, as you may have seen. We also have the classe d'accueil here. Although the students that we are preparing in the Bachelor of Education, they are going to be teaching mostly primary and secondary, and students who are not in classe d'accueil anymore. So these are students who are all together learning English as a second language. But yes, one of the biggest challenges is that we are equipping these new teachers, right? These new teachers leave our program equipped, somehow equipped, of course, it's still very initial, equipped with some plurilingual strategies, and they're going to start teaching using a plurilingual approach in their classrooms in a setting usually that does not, let's say, allow other languages other than English to enter the English language classroom. So there are a lot of tensions, especially if the teachers are substitute teachers, if this is not their own classes. They really don't feel comfortable using plurilingual tasks. Sometimes what we tell them is to try to think about plurilingualism on a spectrum. So to what extent how much can you go, right? How far can you go? So for example, sometimes simply talking about other languages or talking about different cultural behaviors, even in English, is something that can be done. So in a way, we're still prioritizing English, which is not, the idea of plurilingualism. But if the teachers feel that they have a lot of restrictions in their contexts, they can start with something very small, or perhaps get students to draw, using different languages. But when they are reporting, they can try to report that in English. But it's something that it's very, very difficult. I find that we are in a situation that I hope it's a transition, because we have the students who are being trained with plurilingual pedagogies go to monolingual classes with not a monolingual class per se, but a school where they hold monolingual ideologies. And of course, there is a clash. But I think it's something that we are still working on, and there is a lot more receptivity nowadays than 5 years ago. So I find that this is something that is it's a win situation for us too.
Thank you, Angelica. It's time for one more question. Two, if it's okay for you. Three, also.
Merci. Merci pour votre présentation.
Thank you for your presentation. I am a teacher researcher within the European Alliance framework, and I take care of comprehension with the Roman language. And I thought it was very interesting when you let us know about the different approaches in the framework of your teaching. I'm a bit curious. I was wondering if you found that some approaches were actually working better than others, because you mentioned a lot of different methods. I'd be interested to know if, in your specific context, where there's a very diversified plurilingualism, you actually had some work that worked better.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much for your question. You're right. It's so when we use different strategies here, I don't think intercomprehension works, or it does work, of course, but it may work differently because of the languages that students have in their repertoire. So I'll give you a couple of examples. So when we think about intercomprehension, and we are not teaching students to use intercomprehension with Romance languages only, right? So for example, if you have Portuguese and Spanish, you're going to be using intercomprehension. We know that there is lots of work done with languages that are somewhat similar that you are able to try to understand a little bit. But we are also trying to engage, because the population has usually more than 2 languages. We try to engage students in using all of their linguistic repertoire when they are engaging in intercomprehension. So for example, one one task that we created, for example, for the English for academic purposes in Toronto, where a vast majority of the students were from China, we were thinking, how can they engage in intercomprehension between Mandarin and English? So we weren't really focusing on Mandarin and English. We were focusing on use all the linguistic repertoire that you have, whatever it is, if it's Mandarin, if it's English, if it's French, and let's try to understand this text here in French. Sometimes it was a small text, like an abstract. All the publications here in Canada have abstracts in English and French. So sometimes we would present an abstract in French, not knowing whether the students would understand French. So what we found was that many of the students from China, for example, who had Mandarin in their repertoire, they were using English or even a little bit of knowledge of other languages that they already knew. Some of them knew a little bit of Spanish. Some of them already knew a little bit of French, and they would engage in understanding the text in French. So I find that intercomprehension, when we use in this context, we really have to think about the linguistic repertoire of the students. So we start individually. What is your linguistic repertoire? To what extent can you understand this? And then we open up to group discussions, for example, because if they were not able to understand as much, talking to other students who have different linguistic repertoire, they are slowly making meaning out of a text ensemble together with other students. So I talked only about intercomprehension, but I think that's the one that you're more interested in knowing.
Oui, Véronica Stellotti, merci beaucoup.
Stellotti, thank you very much for your presentation. I have two questions. The first one, wondering how measuring and building and scaling for plurilingual competences, I wonder how compatible it is with the original plurilingual competence that is, by definition, very hybrid and heterogeneous. How can you actually, combine those both aspects? And the second question would be to ask you what you think of the varieties of English, because there are several Englishes, and how they can contribute to this plurilingual dimension beyond the number of languages. We may say the same thing about French, actually.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Veronique. Very good questions, and I'll try to answer them. So the first one, whether the PPC scale uses the same conceptualization of plurilingual pluricultural competence, thinking about heterogenic use of language, partial competence. I believe so, but if people have a different opinion, please let me know. Of course, once again, thinking about a scale that has 22 items is somewhat limiting, but it was the best we could do with that particular sample because it was very difficult for people to answer questions. So you will notice that the items, they do include partial competence in languages. They do include sometimes simply understanding a little bit of a language, but not being able to speak a language, a particular language. So people are able to agree or disagree with those. Another thing is that we weren't sure whether the scale would put language and culture separately, because that's not part of the theorization. And I was very happy to see that after a lot of statistical analysis, we found that the scale was much stronger if we put language and culture as inseparable, which is something that theoretically had been proposed. So we found that even with statistical analysis, we found that they corroborated to the theorization of plurilingual and pluricultural competence. So that was a finding that we believe it's something very telling. Another one is about the variety of English as part of the plurilingual dimension. Absolutely, absolutely. Not only, you know, varieties of one particular language is part of plurilingual competence. In the scale, I also included varieties. In the plurilingual identity questionnaire, I included varieties as well. So even if you feel that you don't speak two different languages, if you speak or if you understand, if you have been exposed to different varieties of the same language, you also should be able to identify yourself as plurilingual, especially, I mean, in Canada or many other countries, we see different varieties of the official languages. So that's something very important to include in any discussion of linguistic diversity and plurilingualism too.
And we have time for one last question. Mark.
Okay. Merci, Angelica.
Thank you, Angelica, for the presentation. I have a question on the meaning of critic in plurilingual pedagogy critic. Is it a way to say that plurilingualism shouldn't be considered, as it is often the case, only as a resource full of positive aspects? The linguistic policy of Europe often presented it this way, but a place where power and domination, sometimes quite violent, are actually at stake. So is it a way to sort of leave that out and actually invite social justice subject matters in the discussion? I think it's a question that could be interesting to be tackled in a charter, and in linguistic charter. This was my first question. You also said that the future professor you taught preferred plurilingual practices in class. What are the reasons they gave you to this reference? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. I'm not sure if I understood your first question, if it's a critique or if you were talking about the linguistic diversity and social justice and to what extent decoloniality is part of it. Is that correct?
No.
So, yeah. I was just asking the meaning that you give of your expression pédagogie plurilingue critique. The name, yeah.
I see.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thanks for the clarification. Right. So there are two things here. So the first one, using the critical plurilingual pedagogies. The term critical was included here to include a critical dimension of linguistic discrimination, of decolonial approaches, and using critical pedagogies coming from Paulo Freire as well. So pedagogies of empowerment. I don't think it's something that is very different, or it may or may not be different from what we may have in other countries, especially in Europe. But what the view of a lot of people here in Canada is that the plurilingual pedagogies or the resources, for example, that are available that come from Europe, we don't have a discussion of coloniality or decoloniality. And I understand why, because contexts have different makeup as well. So this critical aspect was something that was important for us to include. especially in a university, for example, where students are learning about critical pedagogies or learning about decolonial approaches. So it was natural for us to include a critical element when using plurilingual in the teacher education program. Now, in terms of the second question, why the teachers preferred the plurilingual tasks? I think the first thing was because it was more engaging. Every time that the teachers would include plurilingual tasks in the classroom, they really felt the role reversal that they, once they started the plurilingual tasks, they kind of like they were able to sit down and observe what was happening, that students were very engaged. They would talk a lot. And this is not something that was seen before. Especially some students were very quiet in class. So because, you know, it allowed students to talk about different languages and different cultures from a bottom-up perspective. So they found that this was really, really good. So that was one. Another one was that students would be able to compare English to other languages and understand languages better. I didn't talk about vocabulary, but this is something that helped students a lot. We also used a vocabulary test to see whether students in the plurilingual group and the monolingual group would have similar vocabulary scores at the end of the program. And we found that students who engaged in plurilingual tasks had, I'm not going to say better vocabulary scores because, you know, it's hard to see, to measure if they are actually using the vocabulary, but they were able to retain the meaning of vocabulary much better. So the teachers were, and at the time that the teachers talked about their preference, they didn't know the results of the study. So I think that's very, very important as well.
Thank you very much. We are going to stop for a coffee. Thank you very much, Angelica, for this informative, really excellent speech. Thank you very much for sharing your experience with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
On va prendre une pause pendant une dizaine de minutes et un café vous.
We're going to take a short break for about 10 minutes and then we'll resume.
Super, merci beaucoup.
Merci.
bonjour, buenos días, good morning. And today we have the roundtable number 3. My name is Encarnación Almazán from University of Jaén, and I will be chairing the session. It is an honor to be here with all these excellent speakers. And as you know, yesterday we started with the roundtable number 1. That was the main focus was to establish the English role in higher education. We continue with roundtable number 2, in which we discuss about plurilingualism and intercultural approaches within higher education context. And today we move on to sharing ideas and experiences from plurilingual and intercultural integration at the university. In this roundtable, we will explore innovative approaches to fostering a diverse and inclusive academic environment. And by sharing our experiences and best practices, we aim to enhance plurilingualism and intercultural understanding, enriching the educational experience for all students. So it is my pleasure to introduce all the speakers that we have in the roundtable. We will start with Jonas Olander from University of Örebro, Veronique Castellotti, Lia Courteau and Ulrike Kram from Université de Tours, and Mariana Fonseca Fabré from University de Genève, Marisa Pérez Cañado from Universidad de Jaén, Abra Sepapa Daku, University of Nicosia, and Eleni Papalexiou from University of the Peloponnese. So we look forward to your insights and contributions. So the floor is yours, Jonas.
I must be able to read. Okay. Hej allesammans och varmt välkomna till det här. Jag heter Jonas, jag kommer från Sverige. I'm Swedish. Okay, so yeah, I got a question about the heading of my presentation or my contribution here. I don't have a slideshow, by the way. So, but my heading was Teaching Diversity as Internationalization, and the question was about what I meant with diversity, if it referred to the topic or to the context, and my answer was that it refers to both. The general question for this roundtable is what can be done in practical terms to ensure that linguistic and cultural diversity is effectively taken into account in our universities. Okay, so I will not talk explicitly about language here. The reason being that I think that there are so many experts on this area here and that this is not my area of research. Instead, I will share a few experiences and thoughts about language as part of the diversity we meet every day at our universities. And I will do this by referring to my experiences of working with internationalization policy and teaching. Policy. Okay, so for a few years, we had a rather extensive project at Örebro University in Sweden called the Teacher Education of Tomorrow. And within this project, I was in charge of a sub-project about internationalization of the teacher education. And this project lasted for 2 years. The goal of this project was basically to improve internationalization. And the main reason for this were to take on the problem for teacher education students to engage in international exchanges, because this is very hard, and to address the lack of preparedness our teacher students expressed in relation to working in a culturally diverse society and school. The project, though, started a few months before the pandemic, which meant that we had to rework our initial plan and adapt to the regulations of the pandemic. Internationalization wasn't that easy to work with. And this meant that we had to focus on what's being called internationalization at home, rather than the combination of that and mobility. We did a whole bunch of stuff in this project. We involved students, teachers, researchers, administrative staff, guest speakers, institutional leaders, and we worked with the, at the time, new internationalization policy that was later launched at our university in Örebro. And this is the same policy or action plan as Oliver, as you talked about yesterday. One of the main takeaways in working with this project was the importance of engaging with multiple groups of participants. It became very clear that the knowledge and ideas about internationalization, what it is, what it's for, and why we do it, varied a lot among the different groups that we were involved with. So the clearest difference that I noticed was perhaps between leadership, administration and policy on the one hand, and researchers and teachers on the other. Students often ended up in between somewhere, at least before they had their own experience of an exchange, and thereafter they usually tended to lean to the teacher's side. Okay, these two sides then that I'm mentioning, they are of course generalizations, but they are still visible, and they look for different aspects of internationalization. So the policy and leadership side is very much about mobility and university rankings and statistics, institutional prestige and economics, basically. Okay. While the educator side is more about learning and developing the individual's possibility for democratic participation. As a project leader, I had to try and combine these ideas and work in between this. And it became very clear that both sides need each other to function, but that the understanding and knowledge of the other's perspective often was missing. To increase the possibility for a successful implementation then of a policy, I think that all sides, or better participants, needs to have a somewhat shared understanding of the aim and the meaning of the policy, and that it's clearly connected to practice. So when we turn to teaching, I will share my experiences from 3 courses. 2 of them are with mixed international students, and the third is not. First, the BIP. Okay. So the first international course is a BIP. That's Blended Intensive Program for you who are not familiar with the term, and it's a short Erasmus course that includes both physical and online segments. The BIP that we had is about inclusive teaching, and we compare different school systems focusing on teaching and learning materials. The course is within the NEOLAiA, so the students, they came from our universities. Last year, this spring actually, it feels like last year, we organized this course at Örebro University, and we had approximately 55 visitors, both students and teachers included, some of which actually are in this room right now, both teachers and students. So a shout out to you guys. The BIP will be organized next spring also in Ostrava, and I encourage you to send both students and teachers there. The course is given in English, but the teaching and learning materials that students work with is not. All students are asked to bring some kind of learning material from their own countries, in their own languages. And this material is then analyzed and presented in English at the end of the course. What I would like to highlight in this course is a lot of things, but in relation to this symposium, it's the meeting among students from these different places, and how quickly relations formed between the students, and even though their English wasn't perfect. No one in the course has English as a mother tongue, so it's a foreign language for everyone. As a teacher in the course, I repeatedly experienced how students helped each other using a variety of languages when their English skills wasn't enough. And when I, as a teacher, talked to them in English and there was some kind of problem, they translated what I was saying to each other. And at this time, it was very important for me to stay around with the students until we made sure that we shared the idea of what was being said. Another thing I would like to highlight here is the time perspective, because the intensity of this course is very, very high. The participants, they only meet for 5 days, and this forces them to communicate. The students work in cross-national groups, and the purpose of this is for them to venture outside of their safe zones. That is, they immediately have to interact and cooperate to reach common goals. Initially, there isn't that much time to reflect over differences, as I see it. Instead, they have to focus on direct engagement and working with what we have asked them to do. But after a few days, I've experienced many times that different groups work differently well, and this is, of course, always how it is when new groups are put together. But the thing that I would like to point out here is that rather than different cultural backgrounds or mother tongues, it's actually the diversity of academic cultures that seem to be a main reason for groups to work for the better or for the worse. So I think that this is an important thing to keep in mind also when working with policy, because we often tend to focus on personal abilities and identifications when we categorize people, and therefore this, what should we call it, academic tradition perspective, I don't know, something like that, also needs to be remembered when we work with policy. The next course is called Diversity in the Classroom, and it's also an international course, but this runs for 5 weeks instead of 5 days. The students come from all over the world, even though European students are in majority. The course is about, as it sounds, what diversity is, what it can be in theoretical terms, and how to work with this in the classroom as a teacher. The course is based on literature seminars and workshops, and during the seminars, the students usually work in smaller study groups, also here. The course also includes a seminar about multilingualism. This course is also the fourth and the last that the same students take together. So they are not new to each other. They have long ago formed relations, and they have hopefully communicated for 15 weeks at least prior to this course. In comparison with the BIP, this means that they are not forced into this same urge of immediate communication, and that they have, in many cases, already strategies for multilingual learning environment. And just as in the first course I mentioned, I usually divide the students into groups based on their national belonging, or actually, that's not true. I'm lost. Yes, and no, I divide the students on the basis of their home university's national belonging, not the students. Because this is the only information that I get besides their names. And this is appreciated among the students, as they often express interest and curiosity about meeting new cultural expressions and persons with different experiences than their own. As a teacher, I think this is also a rather comfortable way of categorizing students and create these groups, because it does not depend on my preconceptions about the students. Other things, but okay. But because of this group division, it has happened also that students that take the course do not have the same country. The students do not have the same country of origin as where their universities are located, and therefore students that share language sometimes end up in the same study groups. And this has sometimes led to asymmetric power relations within the study groups, where one language and its speakers have become dominant. In relation to policy, I think this course is very much an implementation of the internationalization policy at our university, because it sort of combines the two views of internationalization that I mentioned. The students both represent mobility, and the intercultural perspective is explicitly, I know, included in the course. However, it should be noted that the course did not emerge as an answer to the policy. Its content is regarded as an important part of future teachers' possibility to work professional. Yes, now. So the third course, quickly, is a little bit different. The course is included in the teacher education programs, and it runs for 20 weeks. The course is in general education, and there is no specific focus on diversity as a topic, except for a few seminars, perhaps about norms, racism, and the history of minority cultures in Swedish education system. The students at the teacher education program are in general Swedish, at least if we talk about formal national belonging, but we must also recognize other identifications and sense of belonging. In Sweden, and depending on how we read statistics, over a third of the population has some form of foreign background. In 2022, 20% of the population was born abroad. There are 10 million people in Sweden, by the way, if you wonder. It's a big country, but not so many people. In preschool, primary school, upper secondary school, and university, fully 40% of the students have some form of foreign background, and approximately 30% of all students in elementary school speak a language other than Swedish at home, mainly Arabic. What this means is that the student groups I meet within the general education courses, there are a diversity of languages that coexist, even though Swedish is used for teaching. What I would like to focus is that language as part of, and sometimes barrier for teaching and learning, doesn't have to be an international thing. Therefore, a language policy should also take into consideration national minority languages along with formal or majority languages. So when I now relate a few of my experiences of teaching diversity to policy in practice, then I think it's important that policies are constructed by those which are its intended subjects, with its actual implementation and implementers in mind, along with as clear arguments as possible for why this policy is needed and what its expected outcomes are. So in the end, when I choose the heading Teaching Diversity as Internationalization, I would like to highlight the necessity to consider how we take on both the topic of diversity and how we interact with students, staff, and colleagues. The end. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now is the turn for Veronique Castellotti, Lia Couteau, and Ulrike Kram. Thank you so much, Jonas, for your talk. Meanwhile, our colleagues are ready. Yeah?
Merci, Encarni. Donc, nous...
So thank you very much, and we're going to be speaking in French, so maybe some words of introduction. This project was, there were three of us involved in preparing the project with Ulrika and Veronique, but there'll only be two of us giving the presentation because of the limited time allotted to us. And today we're presenting it's a modest project. It came about in as a continuity to my thesis, and as we spoke about how we take into account linguistic and cultural plurality in university settings, and what we do with a policy and the need to think about how we put together content for plurilingual and intercultural education, which is one of the founding principles for the Common Accreditation Certificate, which is envisaged by NEOLAiA. So beyond the theoretical, political, and institutional handling of these issues, we wanted to carry on by having an exchange with colleagues from various disciplines. We wanted to talk about the potential interest in their viewpoint and the different possibilities of putting together teaching programs with a plurilingual and intercultural components. And we were very lucky to meet Ulrike Krempel, who's a teacher of modern history at the University of Tours, and she accepted to come with us on board for this project, whereby we would think about the issue of teaching and education, whereby we wanted to put words on the role played by language when it comes to the way we conceptualize various subjects, and notably historical ones in this case. And so Ulrike is a historian, and we are sociolinguists. And so we said, what can a plurilingual and bidisciplinary perspective bring to a specific historical thematic, and in this case, relating to environmental history? And in order to think about this, we came out with some proposals, and so we spoke about France in the Americas on the basis of a textual analysis by a text written by Christopher M. Parsons, and Ulrike will tell you more about that in a moment. And we prepared a questionnaire, questions that we thought would be relevant for what we were hoping to achieve, and a text that spoke about the role played by languages in historical writings. And so this is the question that you can see marked with an A on the slide. And along with Veronique, we added another question which spoke about the role of translation in historical writings. And so this is question B that you can see up on the board. And we will come back to that just afterwards. You have a list of the questions, but I would like to hand over the floor at this point to Ulrike. So very quickly, the text that we worked with, it was text about the first French colonial empire and their presence in the Americas. So this is around the 17th and 18th century. And the text was associated with a general lecture where we spoke about the colonial context and the history thereof. the focus was on the relationship of the missionaries to Canada in the 17th centuries and their relationship with nature. And Parsons, who's an English speaker and specializes in this question, spoke about the observation. He spoke about the fact that wilderness in English doesn't quite have a direct equivalent in French, even though a wilderness in French is often translated as the word sauvage, and sauvage is the word that we find in the source text from the 17th century. So sauvage, relative to the people encountered, savages, as well as the environment, so talking about the natural environment. And by using this text, we wanted to shed light on the fact that there was a translation issue, because the word wilderness in French refers more to the British colonization process. And it's about marking a type of threatening otherness. And otherness that needs to be eradicated, where there's the word sauvage in the historical texts, was used to refer to the French colonialization process by French missionaries, and it referred to something that wasn't yet civilized, so a gradual alterity or otherness, a relative otherness that needed to be cultivated, whether it be plants or people. And so in the missionary context. And so these were the issues with the different wording used in the text. And during the session that we held, in my history lesson, my objective was to overcome the language barrier. And so I put the English text out there. I just gave it to the students, but on a topic that I had broached with them before, that I'd spoken about with them before in French. And then we worked on the issue of translation, speaking about untranslatable words and in reference to the word wilderness. And this enabled us to work on the notion of otherness, a cultural otherness. But in history, it's also a question of time. You've got a time factor when you speak about history. And so I wanted my students to think about how this influenced the way we think about things by using one word versus another. And so the aim was to raise awareness of the historiographical dimension of the historical approach. And once again, speaking about the colonization of a part of North America and trying to say how we can work differently according to our concepts, but also according to language, the languages that are available for us and how we define those words. And so that was the NEOLAiA. And once again, in the field of history, so we gave text to the students to read at home, and then we read texts in class, and followed by questionnaire. There was group work as well as report back with written reports submitted, and this was all made available to the various students over our interface. I think she called it the mood interface. So I won't really go into the details in terms of the various sessions that we held with Veronique, but so much as to say that the students were working in groups. And as such, we went past, we observed, and we saw the students reading in English without any notable complex, even if they had different accents. And it was also an opportunity for us to have discussions with the students. And the initial question was, what can plurilingual and bidisciplinary perspective bring to a specific historical theme? And so there were two major questions that we put to the students in a questionnaire after the session and additional interviews. So I'm going to tell you what these questions were, some of the verbatims or answers given by the students, and how this applies to the relevance of the teaching methods used within the system. And so the first question is, did this exercise get you to lead you to think of the role of languages in drafting bodies of knowledge? And if yes, please share your thoughts on the subject. And so there are three quotes. So viewing an ocean via different languages enables us to expand on the way we understand the subjects or the notions. The second answer, coming from one of our students, is this article shows the importance of thinking from a semantic perspective when you work historically. Every language, the words of every language carry representations and are an indication of a culture, mentality, and the way we think about the world. So certain words land up not having an equivalent in the other language. A good translation requires understanding of the actual concept itself and the way of thinking that lies behind the word. And this is where translation is important, because bad translation can give leave to misunderstandings and mistakes in interpretation, which shows that when it comes to social sciences, languages are crucial. A third answer is our thought and our methodology is governed by the way we produce knowledge within French universities. Our work would have been completely different had we done this work in another country and using other languages or mastering other languages. And so this shed light and illustrated the relationship between languages and disciplines, with a link between the language, the way we use the language, the concepts that lie behind that language, and the themes at hand, as well as the way we appropriate knowledge when it comes to languages. So the second question, and this was during an individual interview that we had with students, would you have found it relevant or interesting to work on texts in other lesser-known languages, such as Spanish or German? And so the students said, it enables us to see other views from researchers who aren't necessarily French. And after that, we have texts by foreign researchers that have been translated into French. But this gives us the opportunity to see the original text, and it often varies from one country to another. There are theories that are more present in one country or a linguistic area than others. For example, Canadian researchers in the one text, or at least I think he was Canadian or American or somewhere from South America. And very often, it gives us the opportunity to see something less Eurocentric. So, for example, texts by African or Asian researchers, and this is something we see very little. And so the insight here showed us how valuable it is to have multiple perspectives when it comes to developing our the way we think about things and the way we appropriate knowledge, especially in a historical context, and the role of interpretation. So the important part is the growing awareness. Everybody has their own story, but it's also this is also fits in with a certain linguistic and cultural background, and this could lead to different interpretations. So a few words in conclusion. We were able to probe further and in different ways foreign language content. And we also noted a benefit in terms of the subject matter itself. And we were able to make the distinctions between the history, the subject, brought about due to different use of languages, which opens up for new perspectives. So in general, we study French colonial history through human history, but the Canadian approach does it rather by looking at the relationships between human beings and nature. And so this enables us to raise awarenesses in terms of other historiographical and other disciplinary traditions. And some ideas amongst others. Because of the variability of disciplines, the levels of study and language teaching objectives, of course, there are certain adaptations that are required. But we think that what would be interesting is to come up with proposals which could give rise to joint training courses provided by teachers, envisaging other types, other formats, other projects between those that teach languages and those that teach the subject matter, and whenever possible, to possibly have appropriative sequences whereby we So it's very important to include reading, research, analyzing the sources, scientific production, all the while including the historical, cultural, and intercultural dimension, which is necessary for interpreting the subject being studied.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Veronique, Leah, and Ulrike. We continue now with Mariana Fonseca Fabre. Meanwhile, is the audience taking their own notes because we are getting much food for thought and for discussion.
C'est bon? Merci. Donc, avant de commencer, je voulais remercier pour l'invitation.
Before starting, I'd like to thank you for this invitation. I'm very happy to be here with you today. I'll try in 10 minutes to explain what's at stake with the plurilingualism and the dissemination of scientific knowledges. So I speak on my own, but I worked with Mr. Conjoyot, who worked with me for that research. So to begin with, just a few works to provide a context. In the current internationalization context of internationalization, the MOOCs are being greatly developed, which allows us to disseminate local knowledges to a vast public with this idea of expanding the knowledge beyond the frontiers. So we have worked with well-known specialists, and the idea was to get a certification. What we thought was really interesting is that in the technologic and educational purposes, that was a very good and interesting way to work. The idea here is to aim globalization that justifies the choice of a widely spoken language in the Western world, English. The online allows for multi-channeling and multilingualism, for example, through subtitles. So the fact that this tool, because it is online, is accessible to a majority, it means that the knowledge disseminated comes from specialists that take a specific angle to talk about their topics. Most of the time, these knowledge takes a specific point of view, which entails a complexity that could be questioned. Just a few words on the data before, just to explain, to provide you with a bit of a context. It is an experimental research, and the initial idea was to translate and subtitle MOOCs on specific knowledge, and it was those knowledge were produced by the University of Geneva. So here, the idea is to communicate knowledges to a vast audience, and the production of subtitles and all the work was in link with the social issues tackled. So beyond transparency, the idea was to communicate knowledges more than questioning the transposition from one language to the other. Quickly, we took advantage of this to talk about interdisciplinary knowledge from 3 different point of views. The designers, first of all, The idea was to understand the choice of a language and the choice of word and translation, as well as the representation of the role of languages for representation and the transmissions of knowledge, but also implementing courses for the use of for the users. So, and the other perspective for designers and users, the idea was to understand the type of knowledge disseminated by MOOCs, with this idea that translation here takes a very important part. So it was about communication and setting this in a very specific medium. So here we have data that shows a different perspective on the relationship between language and knowledge. In this excerpt, we have a designer that explains the choice of the language. He says, "It seems that to me we wanted as much English as possible. I'm pushing the argument a bit to make sure we covered as many verses as possible." And so this way to phrase things looks a bit like what's been discussed previously. But we realized that at the beginning of his discourse, there's this idea, but it's also interesting to see that he actually, afterwards, after the discussion and about a future MOOC, that we need to carry out an analysis about the language of the learners. And then, you know, we understood that English was not a shared language as much as he thought, and that we had to take into account the language of the learners. Nevertheless, on a first step, the translation and subtitles are mostly created to communicate. Here, it is counterbalanced with by another perception. Here, language and discourse are conceived in their thickness and opacity. I'll show you an excerpt of one of the first MOOCs that was designed by the University of Geneva about the introduction to human rights. There was here this notion of plurilingualism, trying to cover the concept of human rights. So here I put you the translation, but originally was made in French. So she starts by saying, "So are we going to talk about human rights or rights of human beings?" She's also explaining that in German we talk about human rights, and that in English we came from rights of man to human rights. And she's questioning if that the fact that in French it remained the official translation, but it could actually make a change for her as well. So there is here the concept itself that is being questioned, and it's at the center of the course. Here, we tried to conceive a little graph, and what we were interested in here, and it was that to categorize according to the answers that from a questionnaire that we integrated into a MOOC. There were several questions, and here the graph is based on the answers that we got from the respondent. We tried to categorize the answers according to the orientation and according the goal, the discipline, or the linguistic questions. We divide that in two specific categories: the vehicular function and the constitutive function. So just as I was saying, the constitutive function would be close to this idea of opacity. That this is how we divided the answers. On the first part here on the left side, linked to the vehicular function, we highlighted the importance of subtitles for the accessibility of content. Using plurilingualism in different linguistic and cultural contexts. So we're talking here about an added value in terms of accessibility, whereas in other testimonies, we are using the vehicular function with more of a language focus, with respondents telling us that learning a language and that it was allowing the development of new practices. So MOOC allows a double learning, offers double learning possibilities. Having this and several levels of learning possibilities. Another testimony here about plurilingualism as a tool of we have here exposed the way we could actually tackle from different perspectives, different problematics. We have here a vision that has to do with the problematization of different contents according to where we receive the training. So here the idea is to better understand the technical links with a better accessibility. So here again, we are on the constitutive function, but more language-oriented. So the idea here is to seize, to own the different specificity of the languages. I'm going to go really quickly on the plurilingualism in MOOCs in terms of knowledge. What's interesting here is that plurilingualism, with the accessibility of subtitles in several languages, organized the selection of knowledges, the exposure according to the way we present them, and how those knowledges are designed according to the context. One of the first questions that we thought was important is understanding if the plurilingual subtitling was serving a monolingual purpose or a multilingual purpose, and trying to understand how it is anchored culturally also. In link with the cultural policies, I think this could help the institution and designers to ask themselves the right questions: which language for which capsules, which languages to be used orally or when you write it, using all these systems to question the plurilingualism the same way, just like the cultural and language diversity. We didn't have the time to treat all of this information, but I was just here to launch a couple of insight and ideas.
Mariana, totalmente necesario replantear cómo situamos las lenguas.
Yes, it is totally important to provide a context. We're now going to continue with Marisa Perez-Peraño. I'm very happy to be here with you, and I'm happy to reflect on our experience for the integration of plurilingualism at the university. And this is why I'm going to do translanguages in my presentation.
Barely heard it at all. L'anglais et un petit peu de français de temps en temps. Donc, je voudrais remercier le service de traduction.
I would like to thank the interpreting team for the help they provide us in several languages.
Y dicho esto, voy a empezar la primera parte de mi presentación en español para ver si podemos make the...
I'm going to start my presentation in Spanish to see if we can proceed with this interlingual mode. If we start reflecting on all of this, I think we're going through a very important and interesting moment for plurilingualism, because we just celebrated the 30th anniversary of this goal that we established in '95 in the White Book for the European Commission, in which all Europeans should master their own native language plus 2 foreign languages. We also celebrated the 30th anniversary of an avant-garde approach for content plus language integrated learning that is actually applied in other continents, and it's been like that for several decades. We've been trying to reach a balance between those two factors. This is how we receive curved balls. This is the way we call them in American baseball, with huge, which means huge challenges that we had to face. So we've been working quite a lot in the past 30 years. We have a bit of experience accumulated, and we have empirical evidence on what we actually need to continue going forward. And then I'd like to review all the concrete actions we initiated to apply them in our context. And then I'll conclude my presentation with a critical view about the future. So what do we need? What do empirical programs say about what we need to do to integrate plurilingualism and cultural aspects in our programs? If we can see here that the way we proceeded with top-down processes, and with the help of universities and professors, we will focus on 3 or 4 different fronts. With a teaching process, we need to train our teachers and launch research, which means we need to go from rhetorical aspects to a reality. Since we don't have a lot of time, I limit my presentation to just a few recommendations. But with regard to what I'll tell you, it's about the latest research with the common policies and covering this different aspect. It would also be interesting to create a quality framework that would guarantee the quality of our work about plurilingualism and bilingualism. Now, as far as the bibliography, I think we should raise the amount of certification and diploma, taking into account all these elements, and ensure that the intercultural component is actually taken into account, especially for PhD students. Now, about the training of our professors, we need to guarantee the training and specify the needs, which means that we shouldn't teach our professor just following the expert advice, making sure the methodological, logical aspects and following the BIP and favoring the BLP and PLC, offering also a support for intercultural material. And then what should we do with regard to research, carrying out an analysis about the needs and the map and the roadmap on plurilingualism and interculturality, creating an international or transcontinental network to compare different points of view, and of course, publishing in several languages should be promoted with different research topics covering plurilingualism. And now, of course, you may think this is a vademecum with lots of recommendation, and that was there at the University of Jaén, and I would like
this terrain, which brings me to our third question. What are we doing about it? Let me focus with you on each of these 4 strands and simply toss out there some of the initiatives we have set in place in these past years. So if we start again with our theoretical basis, what have we done? Well, very proud to report we have now addressed the niche of lack of language policy by setting in place our NEOLAiA Language Policy White Paper, which we will present right after lunch, through Work Package 7, which constitutes an explicit mission statement on the role of languages. We establish 5 main lines of common actions as a backdrop. We identify chief concerns that hinge on 8 main fronts, and we set forth 69 recommendations on 3 axes for our 3 frontline stakeholders in order to offer a common, official, harmonized, and explicit language policy across our institutions. So stay tuned, more on that after lunch. Secondly, what about the quality control framework that I was mentioning before? Well, through another European project, OSCE, One Stop Clear Europe, we are now working on setting in place what we call the MECAF, the Multilingual and Multicultural Education Quality Assessment Framework, where we're going to establish a common standard for multilingual education with empirically validated indicators within a rubric that can be used for self and co-evaluation, and those subjects, strands, degrees, schools which attain the indicators can obtain some sort of quality seal. So we've got both fronts more or less covered. Let's now push forward to the teaching learning process. What have we done there? Well, in Jaén, we've always had a very firm commitment to including intercultural and plurilingual education, especially at master's level. So we had a master's in English as a vehicle for intercultural communication. We now have one on bilingual education in CLIL, where, as you can see, one of the subjects is integrated and intercultural curriculum design. And we also set up through a pedagogical innovation project what we called the PPP, the Plan for the Promotion of Plurilingualism, which was in fact awarded El Premio a la Innovación that year, where what we did was essentially depart from a needs analysis. We asked all the teachers and students at our institution who were involved in bi or plurilingual teaching to tell us what they needed. As you can see, quite an ample cohort, nearly 800 participants from all our bachelor's and master's degrees. And on the basis of what they told us, we set up training courses for teachers and students and then gauged how they had worked through satisfaction questionnaires. And basing ourselves on the outcomes, we proposed support and incentive measures. And through our wonderful Center for Modern Languages, as Joaquin reported yesterday, we're very proud to offer not just courses in English, French, or German, but as you can see, in Japanese, Korean, or Chinese. And we're hoping to step up that offer through another task from Work Package 7, the LACE, whereby students from all our universities will teach culture and language courses in their mother tongues. And finally, for this section, let me finish by throwing out my Spanish pride. In Spain, we are now taking the leap from bilingual schools to plurilingual schools. As Antri mentioned yesterday, tertiary education cannot be considered in a vacuum. We have to bear in mind primary and secondary. And at those levels in Spain, we're implementing CLIL. We've been implementing it since the late 1990s. And now many of our schools are not just implementing CLIL in English, but CLIL in English and French, English and German, English and Chinese. So we're taking the plurilingual leap, and these students are now getting to tertiary level. Let's push forward to our third front, teacher training. What have we done here? Well, as I said previously, as Joaquin also mentioned yesterday, on the basis of our needs analysis, we proposed EMI courses for our teachers. Through another European project, Becoming International Educators, we've also set up for the past 2 years professional learning communities in tandems and triplets, which I have to tell you have worked beautifully, as Encarni also knows. And we're now in the process of setting up through NEOLAiA a BIP, a blended intensive program entitled International Perspectives in Higher Education. I seize this opportunity to invite you to it. It'll take place in May at the University of Ostrava in the Czech Republic. And we're also hoping through, I would say, the flagship initiative of our work package to set in place an accreditation certificate for multilingual education, 100 hours of training distributed in 5 20-hour modules on theory and language and methodology and assessment and diversity, which will hopefully equip our EMI teachers to step up to the plurilingual challenge. We're happy to report we've already piloted a couple of these courses at the University of Jaén with beautiful outcomes on which we hope to build in the future. And finally, what about research? Well, we've always been carrying out, I have to say for like the last 15 years, in an uninterrupted way, research projects on this issue. We had the ICOPROMO project, Intercultural Competence for Professional Mobility. We've had MonCLIL and Adibe, which have focused on CLIL. We've just asked for a Marie Curie grant, which has to do with critical intercultural education in teacher training. We carried out needs analyses through questionnaires and interviews, and through NEOLAiA Work Package 7, we've carried out a mapping of our language policy at all 9 universities. So finally, we've just created, just 1 week ago, we had the launch of the Iceberg International Research Group. It's an international and comparative multilingual education research group, which hopes to create the synergies needed to drive meaningful change in this arena, to which you are again invited, because absolutely all the continents are encompassed within it. And we're going to have our own journal, FIRE, so Fire and Ice, yeah, which is the Forum for International Research in Education, which will, of course, have a plurilingual publication policy. So, to wrap this up, what are our 3 major takeaways from all these strides that we have taken in Jaén? First, that can we make the multilingual move? Well, first takeaway, non, ça va pas être facile. En fait, ça n'a pas été facile.
I can tell you that no, it's not going to be easy. It hasn't been easy. And no.
But yes, we got the moves, yeah, to pull this off. Okay, so on this exciting road that we still have ahead to multilingual education, it is time to not just talk the talk, but to walk the walk. And in this sense, let me finish by quoting one of our most famous Spanish poets from Jaén, Antonio Machado, who said, "Caminante, no hay camino."
When you work on a road, when there's no road, you need to build that road as you walk along it.
Remember, we got this. We can pull this off. Y es la hora de coger el toro por los cuernos.
Grab the bull by the horns.
On this QR code. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Marisa. Thank you very much. Now we continue with Abra Cesa Se Papadagou, sorry, and Eleni Papalaxiou. Thank you, ladies.
Quelle énergie.
Wow, so much energy. Wonderful energy, Marissa. What a performance. And we're going to try and keep up the pace. I think you might have some dead interpreters at the end. So before we begin, we'd like to thank the organizers for having organized this extremely interesting and dynamic symposium. And so in our presentation here today,
Okay. My colleague from Greece and I am Avraxe Papadakou. We will present the project TimeL. You may see some hard data on the screen. This is just the ID of this project. We are not going to go through all that. This is only to give you a rough idea of what this project is about, of its nature. So now I will give the floor to you. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And so as you will have understood, this is going to be a bilingual presentation, both in English and French. Not in Greek, unfortunately. And so in this presentation, we'll be telling you about the TimeL project. And it's on it's fundamental research in the field of performing arts, and notably when it comes to the theory and terminology used in this field of research. And so the aim is to create a dictionary in Greek, which is based on multimedia. It's innovative in order to contribute to the European adventure and to make national languages more autonomous. And beyond protecting the Greek language against imperialism, the dictionary is intended to create. Hang on 2 seconds, says our speaker.
Before that, okay, so Thimeli is the name of the project, and it is inspired by the center of the ancient Greek theater, the very central point of the orchestra, which functioned as a focus of scenic energy. TimeL is an altar hearth with primeval origins reaching back to Dionysiac rites. It is basically the focal point of theatrical action. Furthermore, the etymology of the word, which connects the word theo, to make an offering to the gods, with the root mel, also to be found in Themelion, encompasses the notion of infrastructure, stable foundation, something which constitutes one of the main aims of the dictionary.
Voilà. On arrête ici avec le mot grec.
So we'll stop now with the Greek words. And so apart from empowering the Greek language against linguistic imperialism, which is one of the main objectives of the TimeL project, we have intended to create a commonly accepted conceptual and interpretive framework for the performing arts, and the terms and concepts which are commonly in use in this field.
Theater, scenic instantiations of music, musical theater, dance, theater, performance arts, and other hybrid or applied or popular performative forms. They are all live arts, which communicate and interact with other art forms, such as the visual arts or the cinema, as well as other technical means, lighting, sound, and image processing, and new technologies, robotics, virtual reality, etc. Something happened here. Sorry about that. in their practical and experiential aspects, they are taught in drama, dance and music schools and conservatoires. In their theoretical and scientific aspects, they are studied by the relevant academic disciplines, theater studies, music studies, musicology, dance studies, and performance studies. These scientific disciplines are studied in dozens of university departments or programs of study in Greece and abroad.
Plus précisément, au cours des trois
So over the last 3 decades, we've been able to observe a considerable confusion in the matter of terminology used, mainly due to the changes in the field of artistic creation itself. There have been new forms of performing arts, which are very difficult to analyze today, coming in multiple formats, which go beyond the usual distinction that we make between theater, music, and dance, and now poses new challenges in terms of the way we analyze and describe all of this, which requires a relevant update of the current terminology being used. And within the Greek context, terms have been introduced from the English language, but in a fast and dirty manner. So I'll give you several examples, but unfortunately we are pressed for time.
Have brought about the predominance of English in all areas of activity, including the performing arts. The performing arts have evolved in the last decades towards the direction of osmosis, interaction, and hybridization, while their digital dimensions have grown enormously. This realization makes the necessity of introducing and establishing new terms, but also revising and updating older ones hastily adapted, all the more pressing. It goes without saying, the phenomenon of Anglicization is extremely intense in this field. Many times, both in our teaching and our research activities, we have been faced with the problem of being unable to translate a term due to terminological gaps in the Greek language. The inability to translate, in some cases, brings about also the inability to fully understand a foreign term. In order not to go beyond the time limits of this roundtable, we will try to briefly answer specific questions. So I will pose the first question. How does TIMEL contribute to the strengthening of the Greek language?
Réponse courte. En opposant une résistance au colonialisme.
Very short answer, because it offers resistance to colonialism. Greek is not widely read and is not very present on the internet. And in light of this problem, TIMEL offers a solid infrastructure, especially for Greek used in the domain of the performing arts, with a smooth interconnection between the Greek terminology with that of other languages, as well as increased visibility of the Greek language on the internet. Another question is, how does TIMEL contribute to multilingualism?
The Greek terms with the corresponding terms in 4 other languages. With this project, we attempt to demonstrate the connection between our language and the roots of other languages by translating the terms into 4 languages so that the meaning of a term and the different dimensions it makes in different temporal, geographical, and cultural contexts can be accurately understood.
Comment TIMEL contribue?
So how can TIMEL contribute to strengthening scientific pluralism in research and teaching?
It's in the very pillars of the project, which are interdisciplinarity, cooperation and interaction, sustainability, and open access.
Concernant
when it comes to interdisciplinarity, the project is supported by over 60 academics and specialist researchers in a number of disciplines who are affiliated to 10 different university departments. And so they are based on the active contribution of specialists in the field of IT and digital systems, as well as those specialized in linguistics, terminology, and lexicography.
In the compilation of entries and the periodic content updates. More specifically, the dictionary entries will be developed on a cooperative and participatory basis actually are being developed because we have started through structured levels of access and intervention during processing. Now, regarding sustainability, thanks to its cooperative character and its digital format, TimeL, even after its completion, will be subject to a constant process of fermentation, renewal, revision, and update, following the most recent trends in modern electronic lexicography, which has left behind the model of a static, printed, multi-volume dictionary. And finally, open access and free use. TimeL will be open access, will be when it will be open accessed and freely available in the form of an internet platform. In this way, it promotes the study, interpretation, and understanding of the performing arts, as well as the strengthening and visibility of the Greek language in the whole of the academic and educational community, but also in the wider public, thus acquiring democratic characteristics and adopting the modern requirement for fair data. Now I have a question for Eleni. How does TimeL become a teaching multi-tool?
Je ne peux pas trop développer, mais la réponse est courte. Par son accessibilité,
because of its accessibility and its availability in the world of teaching and research. It can be a teaching tool because there are many perspectives for dissemination, enabling the students to approach culture without barriers. There are linguistic correspondence that are created in various fields, and notably in the field of performing arts, and it facilitates international collaboration between researchers and teachers, providing for references that are accessible to everybody.
How does TimeL contribute to the prevalence of inclusive, non-sexist language?
Morphology, which means that grammatical relations are denoted by specific suffixes. Each noun is clearly marked for gender, while the masculine dominates, overshadowing the feminine and the neuter. One of TimeL's ethical commitments is a strict use of non-sexist, inclusive language in every possible way. To this end, all dictionary editors and project contributors receive specific training.
Comment TimeL contribue-t-il à la promotion du multiculturalisme?
Short answer.
Of multiculturalism.
Function of language. Each dictionary entry includes a description taking the form of text, images, audiovisual files, and other multimedia material, as well as cross-references and links to other entries, but also to other available online sources and corpora. The dictionary also includes numerous entries concerning forms and genres of the performing arts in various cultures, still far from the Western hegemonic model.
En résumé, TimeL créera une nouvelle communauté scientifique pluraliste.
The idea here is to create a new scientific community which will observe us and study the theory and practice of the performing arts, promoting the dissemination of knowledge in wider audiences in a very multi-form manner. Parallelly, it will favor the knowledge about performing arts with a wider audience. This system will have the shape of a website and with free access, with dynamic multimedia content and all types of material. And this
linguistic multiformity and empowerment of national languages in higher education, as multilingualism is a pathway to the enhancement of intercultural understanding. Thank you.
Merci.
Ευχαριστώ.
Thank you so much. Muchas gracias. I think that we have a very fruitful, too much food for thought. So I invite the audience to comment or to raise your own question about all the topics that we have discussed here. Thank you so much for all the speakers. Any question? We have some minutes left to contribute. Yes? Over there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ursula from York. I have one question to the last presenters. Thank you very much for presenting a very exciting new project. And my question is really about the future, whether you have thought about ways for testing the effectiveness and the uptake of this tool, both in the number of people who might access it and also the uptake in terms of appreciation by the users and use in school context, etc.
Well, this is the basic idea of TimeL, the crowdsourcing element. So we are now a team of 80 researchers coming from different universities, research centers, and of different levels. There are graduate students, doctoral candidates, postdoctoral students, as well as university professors and researchers. So this system goes through a revision and updating, and so it will be in the future. Imagine a Wikipedia, but a Wikipedia which is academically accredited. It's not that everybody will enter and write whatever, and just you know, add input. There are levels of access and levels of revision and evaluation of the content. So hopefully this will be a live dictionary. This is what our vision is. Would you like to add something?
On a aussi l'intention de connecter le dictionnaire.
Also the intention to connect the dictionary with Wikipedia at the end of the day, and probably in a second phase with a scientific content. So there's also a lot to say about the dissemination.
Bonjour.
Hello.
Merci,
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for this presentation. I have two questions, two concerns, since I have become aware of the symposium program. I didn't want to pause my questions yesterday because I was waiting for this round table about the plurilingual and cultural integration in universities. So I'm addressing my question to Mrs. Castellotti, but I believe Mrs. Courteau would also have elements of answers, because it has to do with the problematics that she works on. I believe other speakers will also be able to contribute. I'm very happy because yesterday Mr. Caillot specifically explained the different functions of languages, and Mrs. Castellotti also explained the conceptions she's favoring in her works, and that we also favor within my organization, conceiving languages not only as means of communication, but also languages need to make sense and to transpose a thought process. Mrs. Emmanuelle Hiver on the issues of standards, but also the issues that Mrs. Castellotti asked this morning on the variation and the varieties I feel that at the University of Tours, but maybe also other French-speaking and European universities, we actually welcome students with different French-speaking situations. And here I'm thinking about sub-Saharan context, mobilizing other types of French that may lead to difficulties in the way they access learning. So my question is this issues of French diversities, have really been integrated in the university reflection? Because I have the feeling that it's underlined but not quite concrete. And if we could actually envisage a way to rethink the integration and the support of these students in French universities, if you do feel that there is a need to rethink those policies. Thank you very much.
Alors, c'est une question un peu longue. On va essayer.
That's a quite long question. We'll try to have a short answer because we don't have a lot of time. Obviously, the concern we have is to integrate the French-speaking diversity as the English diversity was also mentioned this morning. And the question is how? There are some questions that deals with policies that need to be developed. Leah has been working on these issues. Could maybe say a word about this, and I think also about the imagination and representation that professors and not only language professors have. It's also about training. Unfortunately, as you may well know, academics do not necessarily have initial training. I mean a different one than their initial training. And I would say that in these issues of plurinormativity, I think is at stake. I don't have a lot to add up, but I think it would be essential to develop that aspect in university policies as well as in secondary and primary school as a general issue. Maybe in French and especially in France, the question is important. I think there's food for thought. Social linguists should have the opportunity to share their insights with regard to training and policy for teachers. I may add something. I think Véronique answered the question, tackling the linguistic policies in universities. And I think we could also speak about the training and the training policies, including what we could offer. We spoke about, you mentioned the French-speaking student from French-speaking African countries. I believe it's not only about the language, but also about the history and the relationship linked to France. We could also talk about Belgium, but here, well, we're in France, and I think it could be interesting to make a research about the relationship to knowledge, to knowledge production in these countries, and what's at stake for these students coming to study in French university when they follow their curriculum. But I don't have like a specific unique answer for that. I hope I somewhat answered your question.
Oui, ça fonctionne.
Yes.
J'avais une question pour vous, Madame Courteau.
I had a question for you, Mrs. Courteau. You talked about the plurilingual relationship that could be interesting for students. Do you think that could be interesting to focus more on this feature? We all remember the French sentence of Mr. Sarkozy mentioning several cultures that are never part of the programs. These may be also an ethnocentrism, an ethnocentrist issue. How to explain and tell the national history when not all of them are actually familiar with the language itself. I'm sorry, I could not hear the beginning of your question. You talked about the fact that plurilingualism could actually have the students being curious, and I was wondering if he was referring to a specific terminology. Well, plurilingualism does not allow or does not aim to nurture curiosity. I think it goes beyond that. It allows extending knowledges, being able to access different points of view, diversified point of view on history, for example, but also on other concepts. So it's not about, folklore or curiosity. Véronique also says that it's about conceptualization. I have another question. Ulrich, I'd like to understand if you take into account the temporality of history. Do you actually create a link with ancient history? How does the temporality work here in your explanation? When you take into account the historicity factor in the language. You mean the evolution of the historicity? Well, it appears in the work on the document that actually is part of the information that includes all types of periods, and the historicity of language is actually taking place. Well, it's not submitted to a linguistic analysis, but it's a part of a historicization work on this topic of the texts. So it would be rather, well, it would be a tool in this approach, about the historicity of past.
Okay, thank you so much. Another question? Yeah.
Bonjour, nos amis grecs ont parlé.
Hi, our Greek friends were the first one to talk about linguistic imperialism. I would like to know what the other speakers think about this. If thinking of Spain, Switzerland, Belgium. If it's okay, I'll answer in English.
Very seriously. I am very much in favor of reading Philipson in great detail so as to understand and not misunderstand him. He gets misrepresented and exaggerated, in my opinion, too many times. the linguistic imperialism is a potential threat for all of us, not to be confused with any sorts of linguistic purism, etc., that can be easily put in a similar kind of discourse. We, as educators, need to really find our own way through the jungle, first of all of terminology, and secondly of our own stances to preserve not only our multiplicity of many academic languages, but in relation to English, allow the language to be what it is today, which is incredibly varied. There is still a notion of the first inner circle languages, so British and American languages, and American English dominating our perception of English today. And in that sense, linguistic imperialism of English continues, in my personal opinion, to be a threat. If we go for a much broader understanding of Englishes, world Englishes today, already the picture of linguistic imperialism becomes different because we don't conceive English to be one language anymore. So really it's an opportunity for us academics to reshape that understanding by being very careful to not paint the picture of Philipson of somebody who is behind the wave in the discourse of English. He's not, in my opinion. He is very often misinterpreted and misunderstood. He needs to be taken more seriously than many academics do today.
Yeah, if I may.
On a fait énormément de progrès, surtout avec l'apparence ou l'introduction de ELF, anglais en tant que lingua franca, ce qui fait que les non-natifs peuvent avoir une meilleure appropriation de la langue.
The norm. This is having considerable impact in our context, the Spanish context that you were inquiring about. And I think this also touches upon the issue that I've mentioned of trying to orchestrate a balance between EMI on the one hand and plurilingualism on the other, which we also discussed at length yesterday. And my personal take from our experience on this is that, well, this reminds me actually of an article I wrote on CLIL and ELF, friends or foes, right? Same with EMI and plurilingualism. I think I would lean more towards friends rather than foes because we see EMI as a stepping stone towards plurilingualism, as a conduit. In certain countries like Spain, where we have a firmly entrenched monolingual tradition, we need to get the ball rolling. And it's going to start with English, because whether we like it or not, as Macaro has put it, EMI at this point is an unstoppable train. It's left the station, there's no going back, so it's incumbent upon us to do whatever it takes to ensure it does not derail. So let's get this in place first, and then use that as a jump-off point, building on our experience in implementing it, to increase, to step up, to scale up the number of languages. That is our policy, at least in our Spanish context. So friends, definitely more than foes in this respect, and building on that experience, because as we were also saying yesterday, English does not necessarily have to be viewed, or the predominance, the hegemonic role of English, while something to keep at bay, should not only be viewed in a negative light. So that would be my stance. I don't know if anyone else wants to share.
Je pense que la question est très vaste et au vu de
It's a very wide question, and given the offer, I'd just like to provide a couple of elements of the answer. With the whole MOOC approach, we ask ourselves these questions. We try to make the designers aware that there are other ways of working, and that this system, making use of multiple channels, is something whereby we can transfer knowledge using other languages. And so you can try and oppose the tendency of linguistic imperialism with everything needs to be in English, but it's about conveying knowledge. And so we can show the limits of there are limits with the MOOCs. The knowledge also has to be received, but there's a lot of food for thought here in terms of this type of approach. We can try and think about how we can do things differently. And they're different players in different contexts, and they need to be made aware of the fact of what they're saying, whether somebody can actually perceive that or receive that. We're just at the beginning stages, but my answer is very limited because, unfortunately, your question is too extensive to be covered in one go. I wanted to just carry on from what you were saying, Mariana. It's not a question of language only. It's also a question of how you are, how you conduct your research, how you write that research. And I think that all of us here know this, apart from those English speakers that are only English speakers. For the rest of us, we all know that you don't write in English in the same way as you would write an article in French or in Spanish, because there are different historical and political traditions. There are different ways of disseminating your research and of putting together that research. So it's not just a question of language, it's a question of policies, politics, and tradition.
We are out of time, so it's okay. Thank you for all the speakers for sharing your experience, your field of expertise. And also thank you to the audience for this fruitful conversation. Thank you so much. Now we have lunch, so enjoy. So, ready? Shall I start? So, hello everyone, distinguished colleagues, members of the academic community and esteemed guests, welcome. I am pleased to introduce the white paper on linguistic policy developed within our European Alliance of Universities. As higher education institutions, we are positioned at the crossroads of global knowledge exchange and cultural diversity. Thus, this white paper addresses one of the most pressing challenges facing European higher education institutions today: the need to balance two apparently contradictory but also complementary realities. On the one hand, the demand for a strong English as a medium of instruction programs continues to grow, reflecting the role of English as a global lingua franca in research, international collaboration, and academic mobility. On the other hand, we must remain committed to promoting plurilingualism and intercultural education, education policy that resist an excessive Anglicization of higher education. This document identifies the key challenges that lie ahead and offers a strategic vision for the future. It calls for an educational approach that matches these competing priorities, ensuring that we embrace English and facilitate global cooperation while fostering linguistic diversity as a core value of European education. We hope that this white paper will not only inspire reflection, but also serve as a guide for decision-making in the years to come as we navigate the evolving landscape of higher education in Europe. It is my honor to introduce Dr. Marisa Pérez Cañado, full professor at the University of Jaén and an esteemed expert in the fields of content and language integrated learning and English as a medium of instruction, with a distinguished career dedicated to advancing research and best practices in these areas. Dr. Pérez Cañado has significantly contributed to developing innovative language teaching methodologies and integrating English in multilingual educational settings. Her work has been instrumental in shaping policy and practice in both national and international contexts. So thank you. We are waiting for you, Marisa. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Encarni, for those very generous words. Disregard them. Encarni is a colleague and a friend. And I have to say that I don't think I've ever been prouder anywhere than here today, sharing this session with this amazing group of Work Package 7 delegates, with whom it has been a true honor to work for the past nearly year. And together, and on their behalf, I would like to present to you in just 10 minutes our NEOLAiA Language Policy White Paper, which constitutes our very first deliverable in the work package. So this is the official birth here today of our white paper. We're deeply grateful to the Université de Tours for slotting us in, all of us together. And then we will jointly take any questions, comments, and they can add on to anything that I might have missed out. So in attempting to offer you a deeper insight into our white paper, I would essentially like to divide my presentation into 4 main sections. First, I'll walk you very briefly through the procedure that we have followed in drawing it up. I'll then devote a substantial part of the presentation to outlining its structure. And since we believe in evidence-based practice, I would also like to walk you through the validation process that we have followed, finishing with next steps moving forward in order to continue disseminating and increasing the impact and visibility of the white paper. So the procedure we followed, this started way back in January at our very first Brussels kickoff meeting. And to draw up our white paper, we have essentially followed multifaceted and complementary documents. So we started by taking into account an in-depth canvassing of the specialized literature, the latest research on language policy in our field, together with official policy documents like those drawn up by the rectors' conferences, by the British Council, by our ministries, and we also took into account prior needs analyses into the topic, such as those we carried out in Jaén. And then to finish the process up, to round it off, we carried out a mapping at each of our universities on best practices, challenges, and ways forward in the language policy arena. And we pushed forward the drawing up of the white paper via our successive meetings starting from Brussels back in January. And what was the end result? Well, our white paper, which kicks off with an initial executive summary, where you've got the nitty-gritty, especially the 69 recommendations that we make on 3 axes for language policy at the international level. As you can see, they hinge on 3 main aspects: accreditation, training, and incentives. And then we have the actual white paper per se. And we kick off with an introduction where we establish the backstory. And this has 4 main sections. We begin by outlining the drivers of both EMI and plurilingualism. And as we were saying before, at the end of our roundtable into the discussion, we try and enhance their complementary as opposed to contradictory nature, right? We seek to orchestrate a balance between EMI and also internationalization. Here, we also outline the rich panoply of linguistic situations, because NEOLAiA is very diverse. We are united in diversity, in line with the EU motto. So we've got universities, for example, where there is a deficient English language level, which sanctions a strong push for EMI, because it's not detrimental to the mother tongue. Case in point, Jaén. We've also got universities with an excellent mastery of English, which permeates all domains and warrants safeguarding the less spoken L1, for example, Orebro, or other universities who have a strong L1, but nevertheless seek to protect it against the possibility of excessive anglicization, such as Tours. And despite these differences, we share a firm commitment to internationalization through 5 main lines of action, which are also presented in this initial part of the white paper. And they entail anchoring internationalization in our curricula, offering language-related courses, of course, promoting mobility and expanding partnerships, and also continuing international research through scientific cooperation. After this, in line with what Oliver St. John mentioned yesterday, there's no point in policy if it doesn't address the barriers to implementation. What we do is identify the challenges that we face across our universities on this front. And these ripple out across 8 main domains. We have seen that we don't have an official language policy. We're in the process of setting it up. We also have a lack of consistent benchmarking for teacher language proficiency, an absence of methodological, not linguistic, but methodological training for EMI, and a dearth of quality assessment frameworks. This dovetails with insufficient incentives and sometimes scant stakeholder buy-in. And we also face research hurdles which have to do with the hegemonic role of English, especially in terms of publication. So to address these challenges, we then signpost ways forward. For, in this case, teachers, students, and admin staff, who are considered our 3 chief frontline stakeholders. And they hinge on 3 main pillars that I mentioned before: accreditation, training, and incentives. And specifically, out of the 69 recommendations, 36 pertain to teaching faculty, 19 to the student body, and 14 to our admin staff. And with them, we vouch for a common, official, harmonized, and explicit language policy across our institutions. And we wrap it up by indicating how upcoming tasks like the charter that we're going to be working on tomorrow, strive to address these recommendations. And we finish, of course, with the references in case anybody else wants to delve deeper into some of the background literature that we have employed. So that's the white paper. I'll tell you where it's accessible in a second, on our NEOLAiA webpage, of course. And as I said before, we are firm believers in the validity and reliability of all our initiatives. So we made sure that we followed a careful validation process once it was drawn up. And this process was four-pronged. Let me walk you through it. We initially began with an internal review by our work package delegates on a joint Google document where we all complemented each other's suggestions and recommendations. And the final polished version was then sent out for internal peer quality review to 2 other members of NEOLAiA work packages outside Work Package 7. Subsequently, it was submitted to the critical scrutiny of 2 members from our steering committee and another 2 from our executive committee. And in this sense, we drew up, this was done top-down by NEOLAiA, specific documents for the validation process. But we wanted also to go above and beyond NEOLAiA, and we sent it out for external validation to 5 experts, and we drew up another validation protocol on a 4-point Likert type scale to avoid the central tendency error, inquiring into the plausibility, clarity, quality, relevance, length, structure, and overall considerations of the white paper, together with a section for open comments. And experts from 5 different universities who had prior experience in drawing up language policy documents of this nature were recruited, and they gave us their invaluable insights into our own white paper. Very happy to report we got very high ratings on the Likert type scale, but we also received very valuable suggestions like adding certain recommendations or cutting back by eliminating certain items, completing certain lines of action, suggesting also useful references that we worked in subsequently, simplifying our vocabulary a tad, and clarifying certain concepts which are now fleshed out via footnotes in the final version of the white paper. And as open feedback, they told us that they considered it was concise and clear, that it was attainable, so not wishful thinking. It looked like something viable that we could actually set in place. It was kind of what they would have expected from a document of this nature, to harmonize language practices. And it was considered detailed, practical, and what was especially appreciated is that it was backed by empirical evidence. So it's safe to say we had a valid and reliable outcome, which is officially born here today, and which we hope will continue to move forward via next steps that we have envisaged. Right now, the all-encompassing document is going to be placed at the disposal of our internal language policy committees. Some of them are being created. For example, in Jaén, we're just creating ours. So we hope that these committees will bear in mind these recommendations. Obviously, we're not going to be able to implement them all, but we can pick and choose those that are more amenable to be applied in certain concepts. And in NEOLAiA, we think big. So we want to be a model, not just within our alliance, but also beyond for other countries, for other continents. And after this official presentation, we're going to go right ahead in this sense and disseminate it in international conferences with related associations and research groups like Iceberg that I mentioned this morning, by translating it into our mother tongues in addition to English. And thanks to the valuable suggestions of our delegates, we're going to also issue press releases and disseminate it amongst our rectors' conferences and ministries. And it will be openly available for anyone on our NEOLAiA, here it goes, campus, neolaiacampus.eu webpage, for further dissemination and iteration, in the hope that it will gradually become a bedrock for harmonized language policy across our institutions, allowing internationalization to continue advancing firmly, steadily, and unfettered within our alliance and beyond. So un grand merci to our wonderful work package delegates who are now at your disposal as well for further comments and questions. And un grand merci à vous for accompanying us on the birth of our white paper baby, right? By the way, we have an official NEOLAiA baby. This is actually the son of Professor Michaela Vocht from Bielefeld University, who has accompanied us on certain meetings. So we look forward, with your help, to ensuring our baby leads a long, healthy, prosperous, and influential life. Thank you so much, and at your entire disposal with our work package delegates for further comments and queries. Or reflections. No, I mean, they don't have to ask questions, maybe they have ideas. Or you yourselves, if you want to add on to this.
Well, I just hope that, okay, the paper is ready now. The recommendation is there. So the paper.
Yes, yes.
So the paper is there. We have an instrument in our hands. But of course, I can fully see that we're not done with it. I see it just as the beginning, because it's the instrument that we have in our hands, but now we need to see what we can do with it, whether we can get this support from our environment, from our environments, for introducing those ideas. Okay, and this is again where we need to join forces, because maybe in your context it will be easier than in my context or in your context, and that's the main target now. So yeah, and the challenge. Yeah.
And challenge indeed.
I'm Susanne Hecht from Bielefeld University, and I hope that everybody can find him or herself in that language policy. I think we from Bielefeld do so. What I wanted all of us to remember, you will never win any other person when you are using polemics. This is fine in a bubble, but it doesn't go out. We should be aware of that.
Okay, something. So apart from being an instrument, I strongly believe that the white paper is a statement, and a very bold statement, coming from the members of our alliance. A statement for which we assumed to be change drivers, because I remember back in February in Brussels, one of the first things that we agreed upon was the lack of any sort of consistency in terms of language policy in our universities. From that angle, the white paper is a huge step forward, I think, for all of us. But it's only the start of what we have to do. It's just the beginning. We've just opened the door that will lead us to, I think, fundamental changes, hopefully, to each of our institutions. Because what we aim to do at the end of the day is change the backbone of our universities, and also change the mentalities of some of our colleagues, or some of our vice-rectors, or rectors, or deans, and so on. It won't be easy, but at least we embarked on the journey, which I hope will be a very successful one for all of us. Thank you. Anyone would like to say something?
I have an idea that just came up to my mind. I mean, because we need to find a way to ensure that this document will be read by people that would be important for us. Of course, it's important that academics and many people read, but it's also very important to make sure that decision makers at the level of our universities read it. And it might be a good idea to make sure that this document is on the agenda, or is put on the agenda of one of the next meetings of our academic senates. That's sent to the members of the academic senates of our university. I don't think, I mean, I don't expect to achieve miracles through that. I mean, I used to be naive when I was appointed as a founding director of the Language Center of my university, but I'm not naive anymore. I don't think we can achieve miracles at our universities, but this might be good as one of the steps. I don't know what we will achieve through that, but
I would like to say that this language policy white paper is an important moment, but there is also what we have to do tomorrow with the charter, the redaction of the language policy charter. So Code would say that it's a process, and we are in this process. This symposium happened with different ideas also that we shared. And we have to do something with all this idea, and tomorrow we have to write this language policy charter. So we have a lot of work for the next months, I guess. And yeah, so it's the beginning, and it's not finished, it's not closed, and we will reopen some questions probably tomorrow. We'll discuss about that with the participant of this symposium and the delegates also. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I agree with everyone here that we do have a lot of work ahead of us, but I think that the nice thing about this white paper is that it really did take all of our ideas together. This isn't just the work of one or two universities. It really was a collaborative effort from everybody, and it really shows in the paper itself. And tomorrow, with those of you who will be joining us in working on the charter in the workshop, your words and your work and your ideas will really help us. We have already the tools, the experience of collaborating with everyone, so we look forward to all of your input as well.
Anything from the audience? Please.
Thank you. This is a very interesting initiative, and the idea of having something that consolidates language policy across so many universities is really exciting. I just want to take up a comment that you made, Maria Luisa, in your presentation, where you said that not everything can be implemented, and I fully understand why 69 recommendations can't all be implemented, but you also said that universities could pick and choose what they would implement. And I'm just wondering, to what extent is that going to maintain the coherence of what you've done, and to what extent is it actually a threat to what you've done, and if there is anything that's non-negotiable within this policy?
Andri, do you want to go ahead?
I'm just trying to make this more specific. I guess you mean also whether that would be binding, whatever is written here. I mean, whether they would feel...
Well, I suppose my question is, what do you think is binding in this document, and what are the non-negotiable dimensions that are going to maintain the consistency across policies? Because if each university adopts different recommendations, you actually end up with as many language policies as there are universities, which is not your aim. So how do you achieve your aim with optionality?
Yeah. The beautiful thing about this white paper, as Grace was underscoring, is that it already departs from a prior mapping of our similarities and challenges in this terrain. So and if you read it, you will get a feel for what I'm saying. The 69 recommendations are inextricably linked across those 3 axes of accreditation, training, and incentives. So they build off of each other, which means that the idea is that none of them are going to be binding, obviously, but it is something that departs from our experience and from what we know can be feasibly attained. It is aligned as well with our rectors' conferences recommendations for the language tables across our countries where those exist. So this is based on prior experience, and the recommendations that we choose, whether it be from one strand or another, are linked to the other strands, so they're in harmony with each other, which means that they're going to impact our system, top down and bottom up. So the idea is for these recommendations, obviously, as we were saying, none of them are binding, not all of them can be incorporated, but if we choose from those 69, whatever axis they're allotted to, we will have it would be like a common thread running through our language policies. And if you read the document, I think you will understand in greater depth, because they're inextricably linked and based on our experience of what can be done. It's not a list of wishful thinking, of recommendations that are completely far removed. They're aligned with our context, they dovetail with prior documents, and they're linked amongst themselves. So they will harmonize. They won't homogenize, but they will harmonize if we pick and choose, as I was saying, from them. Yeah.
Can I add something? Yeah?
Please.
Yeah. What we want to reach is not rules, but possibilities. And that is taking place.
This helps us move that to practice, basically, to help us take baby steps and scale it up from rhetoric to practice, indeed. Sophia, I think you want to say something.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure I fully understand. It's some roles you are supposed to do the different departments because each one have different needs. From my experience on the university, we don't actually have the same needs as the, say, the scientific humanities. So that's why I'm saying, is there some recommendation how you constructed the whole idea of applying the 69 directives that you gave in different departments?
This is campus-wide. It's not for specific departments or faculties. They apply across the board and can be implemented in a top-down way. They're based on needs analyses that have been conducted in our context previously. So we know they don't apply to specific departments, and you will see that they're quite generic and applicable. It refers to general accreditation levels, which is something we also need to work on tomorrow for our staff. On language courses, this applies to any department and to any discipline, Sophia. Yeah, so it bears in mind the needs, but from a top-down, campus-wide perspective.
J'ai aussi une question. Is it possible for me to ask you the question in French? And I also belong to an alliance, and we've also embarked on the same process. So I'm very interested in this, and I'd just like to bounce off the same question. I would like to know what was the process you used to build this policy? Were there negotiations that needed to take place? Did you have discussions with the various components, with the faculties? And what I'm interested in is the bottom-up process. From my experience, have seen that it's not always an easy thing to achieve. It's one thing to make the proposals, but it's not always a given that what's been proposed is going to be applied. And so you've got to make sure that everybody's on board.
Absolutely. Yeah, as I described in the procedure, in addition to canvassing the official literature to ensure that we were addressing niches that need to be covered in this area, we also based ourselves on prior needs analyses. For example, the one carried out in Jaén bore in mind all our faculties, all our bachelor's degrees, all our master's degrees, the Vice-Rectorate. Everyone was involved, top down and bottom up, in order to diagnose those needs. And then we complemented that with mappings from our delegates who bore in mind best practices, challenges, and ways forward, which applied also to their universities, bearing in mind an inclusive approach to absolutely all our faculties. So we tried to be as representative as possible, basing ourselves on prior research and research we ourselves conducted to ensure that this responded to real and relevant needs, and that this is something our universities can therefore take on board. Yeah?
J'ai hâte de le lire.
Thank you. If anyone wants to add on, please, and feel free to respond.
Hello, je suis enchanté d'être ici.
I'm really happy to be here. I come from Spain, from the Jaén University.
There at Jaén University. Well, first of all, I would like to congratulate all of you on all this hard work, followed by the charter tomorrow. I could know it because I was honored to be an external reviewer of it. And well, this addresses what the European Commission said 30 years ago, as Marisa said previously this morning, about plurilingual and multicultural education, and that we should speak two languages apart from our mother tongue. So you are doing something in that direction, very important thing, this white paper, so congratulations. Well, so congratulations to all of you who have presented so far in this conference, showing all the very good things that you are doing in this direction of plurilingualism and multiculturalism. Well, I think that, yeah, many things are being done. Well, I would just like to add a personal note. I hope that, well, nobody gets offended. Well, this is a bit controversial. I'm an advocate of EMI, I have to say. So although we are doing many things in terms of multiculturalism and multilingualism in Jaén, at Jaén University, I think that we should consolidate EMI and then build upon that, obviously, other multilingual initiatives, because I think especially at my home university, Jaén, but I would also say in Spain in general, we have been very bad at learning English traditionally, learning any language. So I would start with consolidating English, because 25% of the world speaks English, now can communicate, according to David Crystal. It's 2,000 out of 8,000 of the world population, 25%. Or if you want, using the US numbers, 2 billion out of 8 billion. So I wouldn't say it is something imperialistic. I would say it is an empowerment measure. And we should use it as a way to empower our students and then build upon that, obviously, because I think of the richness of speaking as many languages as possible and being multicultural are undeniable, and we should go, definitely, we should be ambitious and go for that. But also, well, I would like to add that the idea of EMI well, shouldn't be neglected and shouldn't be as bad thing as I may have got the impression from some speakers in this conference so far. Because for one native speaker of English, there are 3 non-native speakers of English in the world. Now we cannot say that English belongs to English countries anymore, only to them. Obviously it belongs to them, but to many other people around the world. So well, I would just like to add that personal note, that I see it as an empowerment language rather than something coming from this idea of linguistic imperialism. If there was imperialism, it wouldn't only be because of language. That's all. Congratulations again to all of you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for that personal reflection, Diego. Yeah, we've been talking about EMI versus plurilingualism. I think it's more than either or. It should be a yes and, yeah? And this is what we contend in the white paper, at least. Please.
I would like to add something, just perhaps to conclude all of this. The white paper, I think that should be considered as establishing the fundamental pillar to build a building. The building will be language policy within our alliance. And then, in a tall building, you can find many windows, yes? So we have established the pillar to come build the building and also to offer the opportunity to our students, our staff, so in terms of our academic background, to open the windows to the different languages, so to the different linguistic perspective that we can find when we learn and when we speak languages. So I think that this paper is that, the fundamental pillar to continue working and to continue building. That's it, the idea. At least it's my personal impression working with all of this. That's it.
And on that beautiful note, thank you, Encarni, I think we can wrap it up, yes? We truly look forward to creating synergies with other alliances who are on the same road and research groups, consortia, etc. And we truly look forward to continuing to make progress on this front tomorrow through our charter. So thank you so very much. Can we take a picture, you guys, before, yes?
Mark, please. Mark wants to run away.
bien, on en arrive à un autre moment de ces deux.
We're getting to the sharing experience moment with the NEOLAiA Alliance. Of course, there's other organization that have work on the topic. So we'll have the next hour and a half to exchange on the different perspective on linguistic and plurilingual policies. We thought it was important to invite colleagues that are very much involved in similar packages in their own alliances to share their experience and also, to try and nurture each other on these topics. So we're very happy to welcome Frédéricos Valetopoulos from the Poitiers University, Alice Fiorentino, de l'Université Savoie-Mont-Blanc, et Anan Boutenba from the Université Paris 8. So I have quite a few questions to ask, and then we'll also give the floor to the audience. While you set up, I may read the questions that we wrote. So UC2U, is that the way we pronounce it? So so you teach at the University of Poitiers in language sciences, and you also lead a group on education and quality. So two questions for you. The first one that we've been touching on, the fact that you implemented in your faculty something that called ISVIC. If you could explain what exactly it is and how it works. Thank you. I'm very happy and I'd like to thank you for your invitation. It was really interesting to see all the works that you've carried out in your own alliance. I also like to thank the interpreters, and I apologize in advance with the little discrepancies that you may find in my presentation. So my presentation is EC2U, and I actually forgot what it corresponds to. Say European campus within universities, Salamanca in Spain, Tel Aviv in Italy, Poitiers in France, Jena in Germany, EH in Romania, Turku in Finland, and for the next consolidation phase, we also integrated another alliance, and we have another partner in Ukraine called Lviv. I'll try and answer your questions, the one that you sent me, and at the same time, I'll introduce you the different actions and the different goals, the deliverables, but also all the additional work that we've carried out with regard to this work we were supposed to deliver. It is true that we're very excited about the work we do, but I'd like to highlight some delicate points and sort of address a couple of critics that may be of interest. As far as the AC2U Alliance is concerned, when we talked about the project, the three goals, UN goals, sustainable development goals, we wanted to integrate them. And for this new phase, we also integrated this peace, justice, and efficient institutions point. How did we try and meet with these expectations? Within the framework of our work package that is called Quality Education, we first of all had two main goals. the implementation of a common master's degree between the different alliance universities. I say common because there are different admin situation that can make it I will describe later. And the second goal was the implementation of a virtual institute for research, and I'll tell you more about this. The master's degree was interesting for us because it was a way to explore the different possibilities we had in each of our own countries. We wanted to implement this master called Language, Cultures, and European Societies in Touch. Why? Because in partners universities, we observed we had developed these reflections on the fact of being in touch, languages being in touch, and cultures and societies being in touch. This is how we implemented this master that has been existing for 3 years now. A master that is offered in Coimbra and Salamanca, Poitiers, and Turku, and maybe next year also in Vienna, but they also are also facing admin issues in Germany when it comes to collaboration with universities and anything that has to do with masters. But what we wanted to do, and we all obviously thought it was a good idea, but we wanted to have a common basis between all university of the alliances with a course that would be offered to all students and all partner universities in English, and I'll tell you why, with interventions of all colleagues that were interested in participating with a certain amount of hours per university. And then students from each university could continue their studies where they had initially started. And then we had planned to sort of offer mobility for students, and each students could go and study in one of the other alliance university for their masters. So we launched all of this, and we also wanted to reflect on the possible difficulties, because all of us told us at the Ministry of the HERS High Council of Evaluation for Accreditations of Masters, and they all said, well, this is a fantastic idea, but so this is how we started. We took off, and then at the end, well, they told us, well, okay, if you really want the European accreditation, you can always try, but first of all, try with the national accreditation, and then you'll get the European one if you have time and want to launch a 10th or 20th file that you had actually submitted.
So with the seminar being held in English, and the question was raised, why do we speak about inter-comprehension or cross-comprehension? And so we said, okay, we've got colleagues from the ENA who were speaking, and colleagues from Turku, so it would be strange to say, well, we teach in French, Spanish, Italian, and Portuguese, and you'll be obliged to choose one of those languages. When you speak in Finnish or in German, it would give rise to certain problems of understanding by the students who do not speak those languages. But the reality is, and now we've been working on this project for the last 3 years, and so now there are certain questions that are being addressed. And also based on the reactions from the students who are moving around between the different universities, there is a question now that's come about when it comes to the internationalization of our training and intercultural communication. our students are starting to react and respond. And they're saying, well, I am following this class remotely, and so I don't behave like the Spanish and the Portuguese. I'm not quite sure that I can take the floor when the class is given in German or in Italian. So what do I do? How can I interact with the others? And so what started out as a beautiful project and that was working well gave rise to other issues that we needed to think about, issues that we hadn't thought about when we initially put the project together. So the second point is when it comes to the most important deliverable, and that was to create a virtual institute. We call it a virtual institute, but we could have called it a virtual laboratory. Because behind the Virtual Institute for Quality Education, the underlying idea was to say we're going to be creating something like we have in France, like a laboratory where you can have different colleagues and different researchers and professors who are going to come together to work together, not on the basis of a personal collaboration. We all have foreign counterparts. We all know foreign counterparts, but we're going to work on the basis of a laboratory with the shared projects that we would be developing together, and that would be made available to all the different partners. It wasn't easy, that I can tell you. In my case, there were 45 scholarships for colleagues that could go off to our partner universities. I only handed out 10 of them because the colleagues didn't necessarily want to be developing new ties, new links to other universities that they didn't know. They didn't quite know how they could kick off with new projects, and the desire wasn't necessarily there to work on new topics. So we were able to launch 2 projects, and we're still working on these as we speak. And I think the second one will come up several times in my slide presentation. We didn't necessarily focus on plurilingualism like you did within the framework of your alliance, but we asked ourselves, what is the role of the less disseminated, less taught languages? They call them modem in French. How are they taught? And what is their role within our university curricula? The reason, and it was based on an observation made within my university, what we noted is that teaching of Italian, Portuguese, and German was beginning to disappear, and that we had very few students. And at the same time, we could see the significant drop in students learning French. So the reality is that even French had become a modem language, less disseminated and less taught in other countries of Europe. And so that was why we said to ourselves, okay, so what can we offer the universities in order to promote plurilingualism? I wouldn't speak in terms of English imperialism or Anglo-Saxon imperialism, because there's an idea of intention behind that. Whereas for me, this process is coming about because of our own attitude. It's about the way we function, and we are the ones who have kind of been conducive to the excessive presence of English. And so the idea is saying if everybody speaks English, that's all and well, but speaking Romanian, Polish, Russian, or another lesser disseminated or less taught language can be useful to you as a student and to you as a colleague. So we were thinking about training for doctoral students. And because we were linguistically minded, we thought about having a corpus within the human sciences. But we also thought about the intercultural approach, interculturality. So the intercultural approach was one that was broached in Coimbra and Yassi. And we saw the different topics that were spoken about, And we were able to come up with a list of keywords that show that the need is there, that the students, our doctoral students, but also our colleagues have a real need. And when it comes to intercultural communication, intercultural dialogue, multilingualism, plurilingualism, these were the key words that don't really resonate to the different students outside of our field, that is the field of human sciences. Other people don't, it doesn't ring really a bell for other people. And so we saw that there was a real need expressed by students to discover these worlds. And so we started thinking about potential new projects. And in discussing with other colleagues from my department, where Serbian and Greek and Polish for linguists is taught, so that they can develop their linguistic awareness as scientists and academics. What we discovered that even after having studied these languages for 3 years, speaking about Greece and Greek and Cyprus, it didn't necessarily mean anything to them. There weren't any positive images or negative images. Nothing came to mind. For Greece, they didn't have any idea. It was a holiday destination. And for Greece, the words that came to mind were mythology, yogurt, and the alphabet. And even worse so, for countries where you speak Bosnian, Serbian, Croatian, and Montenegrin, what we call the BCSM languages, what we noted was they had nothing to propose for Montenegro. There was nothing that came to mind. When we spoke about Bosnia and Serbia, what came to mind, top of mind, was war, but this dates back 30 years ago. But apart from that, they didn't necessarily have any other cultural references or linguistic references or anything else for that matter. And so, this is why I was saying when I spoke about the imperialism, and I was saying that it's not necessarily something that's been imposed on us. It's something that we ourselves have created. When I saw the answers given by the students, and this is a list of the answers when it came to languages that they felt were interesting to learn, what we noticed is that English was a constant, saying in any event, it's a global language. It's a language that's useful. You have to learn that language first because it's the reference language, and I don't know what reference they're talking about. But in any event, we saw what our students thought about when it came to those specific languages. And amongst the list, they also mentioned Portuguese. Strangely, we don't have a lot of Portuguese students at our faculty, even though in theory it should have been a significant language for them. And the same for Chinese. We almost had to close the department down. And for Russian, we have some students that are learning Russian, but in light of the current situation, that's also had an impact on the number of students that we have. And so there were a couple of ideas that came to mind, nevertheless, for the students. And so this is why we said, okay, we're going to set up BEEPs, blended intensive programs. That's what we heard about this morning. And how the important role they can play in the training provided to our students. And so that's how we'll be able to work on the teaching of the lesser disseminated, less taught languages. We don't want to just teach them Greek, Russian, or Serbian. That's not the idea. The idea is to explain to them and to discover the importance of multilingualism with them, and how important it is to inject this in the training, in the learning experience. And it's a little bit like literacy. It's about being able to understand an alphabet other than the Latin alphabet. And if so, what do I do to decipher a different alphabet? And so in terms of the results for now, I'll show you other results as well, but something that we were able to gauge after all of this, we were able to publish a book, and the title is here, Linguistic and Intercultural Landscapes in the European Higher Education. And in this book, we took note of different aspects that were proposed by colleagues. So firstly, what came out was the problem of the invisible languages. These are languages that exist around us within our regions or even within our universities, but that remain invisible because we don't see them, we don't teach them. Somebody this morning mentioned our students who are able to speak several languages, but when they get to school, and there was a study that was conducted in one of these schools, and it was said as soon as they come to school, the only language we speak here is French. And we said, but that's not possible. And they said, no, no, no. Here at the school, we only speak French, and that's all there is. And so luckily enough for them, that's not necessarily the case. A lot of them speak a lot of different languages, and so it's important to think about these invisible languages, especially at the university level, because the focus of our study was on the universities. Then there's the visible languages, and in terms of the display of those languages, asking ourselves, what languages do we encounter every day? What languages do we see around us every day? And what we discovered is that there are actually several languages that we don't even notice, we don't even take a second look at. And there was also a question of the role and the place of language as a scientific language or the language of science. And so we addressed questions of vulnerability. There are certain colleagues that feel vulnerable. Why is that? Because they are not capable of writing an article in English, and yet they know that a promotion for them will hinge on them publishing in English. And then, of course, there was the question of the future of other languages within our training curricula. Will people be going to universities where they only teach in English or probably in Spanish, or are we wanting to have universities where several languages are on offer? And so this brought us to think about the à la mode project. And I proposed it to the university when it comes to the teaching of the less disseminated, lesser taught languages. And like you was aptly said earlier, what we needed to do was we needed to create a map, to do a mapping. We wanted to do a mapping of the languages that are taught and used in our different universities in order to see how we can gain value out of these languages. It could be via certification, for example, or other types of modules that could be proposed. So along with my colleagues, we sent out a questionnaire, and the questionnaire was translated into several languages. We didn't want to only enter into discussion with the universities within our alliance. The aim was to include other universities too. And so there was the university in Poland, Warsaw, Tirana, Sarajevo, Eastern Sarajevo, Niš in Serbia, Thessaloniki in Greece, and Volos as well in Greece. And we wanted to see what was happening in the other universities, what the practices were in other universities, and be able to discuss with our colleagues there. We've already obtained some results that are very interesting for us. And I think that is in line with what you mentioned earlier in the various presentations. The observation is that in several universities have a clear absence of clear and precise linguistic policy. I don't even know if they even have a document that specifies any policy. And that the training on offer depends on the languages, but it also depends on the international partners that those universities have. And amongst the observations by the various universities, we saw that at Turku University, they noted a significant drop in the interest of students for other foreign languages other than English. At the University of Sarajevo, for example, they actually defend internationalization, saying, okay, we have lessons and classes in English, and this mono-bilingualism, along with the local language plus English, they see it as a means to become increasingly international. At Yashi, their reality, their linguistic reality is different, and in Wroclaw, so they were proposing to diversify their training offer. And I won't tell you about the question that we addressed at our conference 2 weeks ago in Poitiers. We spoke about multilingualism, cultural diversity, and education for sustainable development in higher education. The idea it was to see exactly what sustainable development means when it comes to languages. The idea was to see how we can continue to teach with this linguistic and this cultural diversity. So just in conclusion, when it comes to interculturality, for us, we go on the premise that interculturality is not something that is only instituted in the university, and from one day to the next we go, okay, all our students are going to become very intercultural experts. It begins with what's taught in primary schools and secondary schools. So already for us to train those future teachers, the future teachers that will be promoting this intercultural dialogue and this intercultural approach. And so the idea is to already provide training to our students to develop a training offer with languages. And, okay, this has other impacts on those involved in the administrative side of things, the financial considerations. But it's all about promoting cultural and linguistic plurality, not only in the field of science, but in all the other disciplines too, so as to prevent any colleagues from feeling frustrated or excluded. And I think this is very important when it comes to what we refer to as high-quality education. Thank you very much. So thank you, Federico. And so now we're going to have a second presentation, which is from Alice Fiorentino. And she works at the University of Savoie-Mont-Blanc. And the university is part of the UNITA Alliance. And it includes 12 universities from 7 different countries. And her point of view is quite original, I would think, because they brought together universities from languages where Romance languages are spoken. So they're all in cross-border regions or in mountainous regions. And so that's really quite different. And so in this alliance, they support plurilingualism and intercomprehension because Romance languages are part of the very genetic makeup of the project. You are the sponsor of the work package. And so I say cross-comprehension or intercomprehension is something that we are very familiar with when we speak, when we work in the field of plurilingual education. And you are a specialist in this field, but it's not very well known by the greater public. It's not very widespread, even though these are approaches that have been around for a long time and could be of interest to people. So could you explain to us and tell us, how do we understand each other when we don't all speak the same language? What are the skills that are required? And for those of you who don't know what intercomprehension means, and what have you done within UNITA? What type of training has been instituted to promote this cross-comprehension? And do you think that it can also be applied to unrelated languages?
Thank you. Thank you very much for all these questions. I think I'll touch on all these subject matters during my presentation. And of course, if you have questions after, feel free to pause them. Just to pay a tribute to this notion of intercomprehension, I'll try and alternate between English and my mother tongue, which is not Spanish, but it is as we say, a transparent language. And to use a key term, Italian is, as well as French and Spanish, is considered as a transparent language. So I don't have, so I won't give so much information on UNITA because I'll focus on the concept of intercomprehension and especially on the way to carry out concretely plurilingualism. Within our alliance, we actually put in practice plurilingualism through intercomprehension. The interpretation well, the interpreter does not understand Italian, but is going to try.
In lingua romanza, ma passerò poi a descrivervi le pratiche e le misure concrete didattiche per mettere in pratica il plurilinguismo. Passerò velocemente su qualche feedback, perché in italiano utilizziamo feedback, di queste nuove pratiche, quindi qual è il sentimento della popolazione universitaria rispetto all'intercomprensione, e alla fine cercherò di fare qualche riflessione su una potenziale politica linguistica. C'était clair? Ça marche.
Was that clear? Hopefully, it was. Since its foundation in 2020, UNITA is the group that could obtain its first label in 2023 with 12 universities of 7 different countries, and they all have in common the belonging to rural or mountain or cross-border zones, and would actually speak a Roman language. Research-wise, and that is very important when it comes to plurilingualism, at the beginning of the theme in between 23 and 23, we had this idea of green energy, circular economy, and since then, and green energy. And then we added at 3 other subject matters: global health, inclusive society, and digital transition. As you see, plurilingualism represents very complementary aspects, and they are all part of a foundation which allows us to have common features, a common basis, and to go for similarities instead of differences. So we could say that plurilingualism for UNITA, within UNITA, plays a unifying role. So what are the measures in the different activities we offer? So the principle that inspired the Alliance, through the words of our ex-president for international relations,
nelle nostre lingue, e di aprire all'integrazione di studenti di lingua romanza in corsi che non sono in inglese. Moi, j'ajouterais qu'ils ne seront.
And I would add that it won't only be in English, because of course there are classes in English, courses in English. These are the languages that are part of it: Spanish, French, Italian, Portuguese, Romanian. And of course, each university offers courses. But what's really interesting here is that since 2023, we created a brochure of international courses. We call them virtual mobilities, because they are online courses, and in that way, well, students can enrich their competences when they're part of the alliance. So this is the core of our presentation, but there are also comprehension courses, or courses that are organized on purpose, that were present in the in the presentation of the alliance. For those that are not familiarized with the concept of intercomprehension, the capacity to understand language that are not fully known through common concepts. And it's also part of the same curricular that covers even a wider range of disciplines, and the interaction of participants taking part in these courses. And in this case, we're talking about admin staff that are also trained to intercomprehension. You realize that the participants speak quite slowly. They have been trained in doing this, but they also use several linguistic strategies and pragmatic strategies, non-verbal. So we're talking about gestures, and they also sometimes use English. And what also emerged in this work is that they have reference to a common discourse basis. So they have a common terminology like unidades, unita office. There is a common culture that works as a communication basis. So the admin staff is invited to, after attending this training, to also take part in meetings to show that they can communicate in their own language, to see how they can communicate in their own language. So this training is offered in some of the universities.
La maquette, c'est la liste des.
In mocap presentation, the intercomprehension is offered in literature departments, but also at the Technology University Institute. And it's also important because, for instance, they took out the second foreign language, and it gives the possibility to other students to make a different choice of language. And this year, there are 2 intercomprehension courses that were just opened for corporate communication. So intercomprehension for students, and following a continuing education principle. It's important because I'm part of a task called building communities. And that's the question I was asking before. We cannot do this without a community, because the policy is a result of expectations and practices on which policy relies. So when you talk about an alliance, you need to build communities. It's not just like a university that already have existing communities. You also need to decide on the values on which these communities will be built. So we'll build. This is the way we'll build linguistic communities, and this is how we decided to offer training for students, for teachers, and for admin staff. Some feedbacks. I decided to show you the strengths and the weaknesses. The reactions vary according to the people. Some people are reluctant because they do not feel they're concerned by plurilingualism. Some people actually never ask themselves the question. So when it came to the NEOLAiA initiative, with aiming to understand the practices, but also to understand how people were feeling with regard to these practices. Some people are in favor, some people are discovering, and usually the people that are the most favorable are people that view plurilingualism in the logic of a European construction. So as something rich in terms of culture. And of course, we have the presence of English, especially in this scientific disciplines, especially with the wish, of understanding. When it comes to the admin staff, they offered this possibility to work on intercomprehension, but also had the possibility, did not neglect the possibility of using English, and English is actually perceived as a safety net, sorry. Then we have scientific English, and what I find interesting in this testimony here is that some people that are native would actually write in English, and for French people, they're not so difficult. The words are mostly the same. I find that interesting because we know that the academic language is quite transparent, because there are a lot of terms that come from Latin. So, in other words, he's talking about intercomprehension without being aware of it. What I also find interesting is, not only talking, but also practicing plurilingualism allows academics to question themselves on plurilingualism. At the USMB, we associate plurilingualism with intercomprehension because people find similarities, common features. Some people actually said that plurilingualism seemed a bit limited. What can be done with other types of languages? So we see questions rising. There's also an attraction within the Institution for Exchanges. We see that people begin to see the possibility of opening things. And that's a way to go beyond and to cross barriers and certain limitations. But there are also certain reluctance when we talk about bilingualism and plurilingualism. With some people, have already their way to organize their program, and the linguistic policies may force them to review it all and to adapt it all. So some people are not too keen on those changes. There's also the aspect of, unifying all work that has been highlighted. And in January 2024, the executive coordinator offered the communication code.
Uno dei punti fondanti della nostra missione è la valorizzazione delle lingue romanze, pur rimanendo in un ambiente English friendly. Vous comprenez? Dunque, è raccomandato l'uso delle lingue romanze nella comunicazione scritta, donc par mail,
so through email.
La traduzione in lingua inglese per comunicazioni importanti, donc encore une fois le souci de compréhension, de accuracy, comme on dirait en anglais. Et bon, l'anglais peut être utilisé aussi à l'oral pour les documents de travail. A partire da gennaio 2024 saranno organizzati.
So from 2024 January, there will be specific classes that will be provided in intercomprehension and communication by mail. And so we interviewed the coordinator of the UNITA office in terms of her communication codes. And what she explained is that we need to send English emails in our local language with the translation underneath. And this is a point that's important. And she said that the emails concerning project management, budget indicators, deliverables, and exchanges with the Commission, I tend to read them in English just to be sure that I've understood them correctly. However, even if the recommendation says that you can use intercomprehension by writing, what we've noticed is that intercomprehension is used more verbally, which is a bit strange when you think about the studies on intercomprehension itself, whereby it's recommended that intercomprehension be used in writing. And because the university staff, they've gone through the intercomprehension course themselves, and so they've been taught how to negotiate, how to reformulate, how to repeat, and to sometimes even switch to English. And so they're used to working like this, and they consider that it's easier to use intercomprehension verbally. And so, for example, if I am in a meeting with Martine and Paco, she speaks in Italian, Paco speaks in Spanish, and I speak in French. And now we can do that even when we are remote. And so they've now gotten used to working in this way. They've developed the practice, so it's part of the community of practices. However, when there are 12 partners and we have a limited time ahead of us, and we've got Romanians and Portuguese, well, then we speak Globish. And so English we refer to as Globish within UNITA. Everybody speaks Globish. We don't call it English, which is interesting because it shows that there's a certain type of awareness. And it's good, you can do it, but only under specific circumstances, and not everybody is trained in intercomprehension. All right. I'm going to go over the next bit very quickly, but when it comes to our language policy within the Alliance, and looking at what was being done at the University of Geneva, this is something that we'll probably discuss tomorrow, but in terms of the prerequisites, it's a prerequisite for mobility, and it's a it's a solution to internationalizing our training and not only using English. So it's good if we train our students now, then after the fact, they're going to take what they've learned from the training and they're going to apply it in practice. And there also needs to be recognition of these courses. So we have 6 or 7 badges for intercomprehension, each for different levels, for different audiences. And so we are able to deliver these badges and certificates. However, as we said before, the problem that we have is that this type of training is still optional training. It hasn't been fully integrated in the mainstream yet. And there are certain measures that have been taken whereby this, there's certain courses where this is compulsory, but not all the time. And when it comes to plurilingualism, our aim is we want to continue to promote mobility in order to develop a greater appetite. Being plurilingual gives you more opportunities, especially in light of markets that are more saturated. So you have to propose other alternatives other than English, promoting a plurilingual learning model, as well as developing the training in intercomprehension to support this practice so that everybody can see that it's possible, that it's not just a utopia, it's not just a dream, it's a possibility. And so we're going to hear the last speech from Hanan Boutemba. Hanan, you're at Paris 8 University, and you're part of the RUA Alliance. There are 8 partners, and the idea is to develop a reformed view to training within Europe and offer alternatives to the current model used in the field of higher learning. So you've piqued my curiosity. And more specifically, you are director of the Language Center for Paris 8, and you have been in that position since 2019. So promoting an alternative approach to teaching and research, that's very ambitious. Can you explain, tell us how interculturality and plurilingualism is a part of this project? So beyond your language center, you've developed programs for linguistic or language exchange programs in tandem, and you also organized your own seminar recently. So what do you mean by teaching in tandem? Can you explain that for people who are unfamiliar with the concept? And could you tell us what type of actions or initiatives have you chosen that we can draw leverage from here today? So thank you for your invitation, dear colleagues, and really thank you for all the wonderful discussions that have been held since yesterday, discussing areas that are discussing things that are language related. I'm not going to be pretentious enough to claim that I'm going to tell you all about the reformist approach. It's massive, it's ambitious, and we have teams that work full-time on this issue. But it's all about striking a balance between the different ecosystems. And I'll get to that at the end of my presentation. But I'd like to begin by telling you about a system that an approach that I initiated within my language center. I felt that it's also important to get feedback from the field, from teachers, professors, and researchers who are encountered with certain questions and are looking for solutions. When you work in a center such as mine, there are many challenges that you are faced with. And so sometimes you have to be very pragmatic in your approach if you want to solve the problems. And I am in charge of the Language Center at Université Paris 8. I have been in this position since 2019. And in light of the invitation extended to me, I'd like to talk about a mechanism that I set up, a mechanism that involves a project which we call Alcani. And I was able to develop this with the support of the Alliance for European Universities. And so the question that we try to answer is, what is the link between very different contexts for learning? You've got your national framework, you've got your local framework with its specificities of a cultural and institutional nature, and the international context. And you have to deal with that even if you're not prepared for that. And what comes into consideration is mobilization, internationalization, and there's a question of linguistic diversity, as well as building a European space for higher learning, which needs the elaboration of an institutional culture with common practices that are, at the very least, compatible with each other. And so just to tell you about the context, our language center at Paris 8 is a cross-disciplinary structure. It has been around for about 30 years or so. It groups together the language courses which are offered to students that specialize in other fields, in other disciplines. And so we have languages, we have English for specific purposes, but we also have general language classes. And within this function, our language center hosts over 7,000 students every year. And so during COVID, as you mentioned, I took charge of the Language Center in 2019. During COVID, we had 8,000 to 8,700 students. And so we had to come up with online modules, online classes. I won't go into the detail now. And we also prepare students for the TOEIC and TOEFL exams for university students. And we also have a placement test, which is an in-house test. We have our in-house teams of teachers and researchers that put that together. And in terms of our classes, we offer a range of classes in humanities and social sciences dispensed in English and in 12 other languages. So the CDL is structured around two main divisions or poles, the English division or the English pole and the multilingual pole or division. In terms of languages taught, we teach German, English, Arabic, Chinese, Hebrew, Catalan, Korean, Spanish, Italian, Japanese, Portuguese, Russian, and Berber. The question is, what do we mean when we talk about linguistic tandems? So since the decree of the 24th of July 2020 with reference to the National Curriculum Framework for MEF, master's degrees, the ability to master a modern foreign language is one of the requirements in order to obtain a master's degree. And it's not the master's degree is in languages. It's master's degree for students in other fields. And so we were very happy about this reform because it really was born out of the national context. So the second language is not compensated and requires training that meets the needs of MEF students in all disciplines. The framework, if we come back to the protocols and mock-ups, the framework proposes to target training objectives based on language as an essential communication tool for future teachers. Teachers who later will collaborate with colleagues, other colleagues from other disciplines. And so I'd like to tell you what the expected outcomes are of this approach. So one of the objectives is to have a verbal and oral interaction within the framework of multilingual tandems with native speakers. This is how it's presented in terms of the model. The languages that are on offer by the governing institution are German, English, and Spanish. This is in the framework of a partnership between 3 different establishments. So we had a discussion in order to decide which of these establishments would oversee the institution of this linguistic foreign language program. And when it comes to Paris 8, the choice that was made is that language would be the dominant, and within our language center. And I had a couple of months in hand in order to put together a module. And this I did with one of my colleagues, who I would like to pay tribute to, Kate. Unfortunately, she couldn't be with us here today. And we were able to discuss with each other. We thought about what we wanted for the program, all the while complying with the imperatives and the directives or the prerequisites for the model. And so we looked into a tandem setup. And we asked ourselves, how can we actually set up linguistic tandems? So just to give you an example, we needed to find 40 to 50 different partners for our students, bearing in mind that our students were grouped together depending on their field of study. We tried to group similar fields together in a class in order to, but we also wanted to encourage an interdisciplinary approach too. So we started our discussions and we said, okay, how can we set this all up? And we said, well, we'll ask our American colleagues. We have American colleagues to establish partnerships with us. And there's questions of different time zones and distance that came up very quickly. Our students in the MEF program have very, very busy timetables. Then the second assumption was, okay, we can ask the teacher training college and maybe they might have language assistants that they could provide us with that could make time available for our students. It was a possibility. We just had ended with the whole COVID period, and that was difficult. And then there was a third possibility. And the question was, should we ask for the project to be modified? And straight away we were told, no, the project must not be touched and you can't modify anything, which brought us to a fourth possibility, which is pedagogy in action. What does it mean? What could we actually do for our students? And how can we overcome the pain points in the system? And so I said I would look into the surrounding ecosystem behind Paris 8. And what we chose was cover the needs that were expressed by students. So right from the beginning of classes in 2021, the students had expressed their deep concern about not finding reliable partners for language exchanges. We said, okay, with all the technology that you have available to you, the social networks, the fact that you can communicate via multiple channels, it's an asset for you, especially when it comes to your training. Can you maybe use that to find partners? And the response we got from the students were very complicated. Students said that it wasn't possible for them to find reliable partners. So at that point, I decided to go and see our international relations and cooperation departments at our university to ask them. And I said, can you help me to find 40 partners? And we need mother tongue speakers for our students. And they looked at me as if I was strange. And they said, but Anna, you can't just make that kind of thing up. Do you think that's easy? It's not going to be easy to set up. And that's when I met the NEOLAiA Alliance. I had some red tape problems, institutional problems, but we worked on our plans, which we submitted to the Commission, and it got the International Quality Bonus label. And so we needed to come up with a program. And from that time, when having a tandem exchange was introduced into the fold, it was very obvious that it was beneficial for the plurilingual approach. And so I submitted the ALTE project, which is the Language Learning in Tandems and Intercultural Exchanges program. Of course, there were certain phases that we needed to comply with. Our project was first submitted to a committee of experts. And then after that, it was accepted. I think the very first time they asked me to make certain tweaks and changes, and then there was a second phase where it was accepted, and I got a mobility bursary that was granted to me as the project manager to go out and meet certain partners. And that was when NEOLAiA stepped in 2021 to help us to set up the tandems as required by the national framework. And so here we have an example of a local ecosystem which led to international cooperation and not the other way around. And then from then on in, we asked ourselves, so who should we contact? Who should our contacts be? The CERCI handles international mobility partnerships in terms of students, lecturers, and administrative staff. And the next question was, who should we contact to explain the problem and to discuss possible solutions? Bearing in mind that we had a limited time in which to achieve all of this, because the students needed to validate their tandems. And without the validation of the tandems, we weren't going to get our accreditation. So we met up with various partners. When you're wanting to set up a project, you've got your project managers who are very valuable contacts, especially when it comes to setting up this type of project. So they were the project managers was the first person to get your request, and then they will guide you in the next step. And then there's the review phase where the different language departments of the different university partners are reviewed. And then you need to seek out the structure which would be likely to be interested in the project, which in this case was the ALTE project, provided that it includes an innovative dimension. I would say that having innovation as a key criteria is something that is very much sought out in European projects.
And then from that point on, we start putting people in touch. And from that moment on, the alliance becomes a basis, at least in my case. Nevertheless, in this framework part that needs to be implemented for these practices of linguistic tandems, with here a couple of theoretical references to implement this tandems, we thought of the DOE reference with the relationship between this and the personal relationship, and the question of knowledge for our young students. What do we know? Why should we know? In favor of whom should we know? And in opposition to whom and against what should we know? And we cannot not think of frères. We also targeted our work in the implementation of interaction and learning, Witkowski, and association coupled with intercultural communication and skills. So we got inspired in the structuring principles of the essential goals of work. So what competence, intercultural competences, taking into account the cultural aspect, the reciprocity, the acknowledgement, empathy, diversity, all of this guided us in our reflection and in the implementation of tandems. We also accompanied our students in a way, I mean, in such a way that I would say it was actually a commitment to train them for committed actions where you respect the time that is offered to you in this specific goal. We also ask them to write a diary with all the steps of these and the feedbacks of these experience with very specific instructions. We could not I mean, we let them the possibility to imagine what could be done according to the discipline, you know, for arts, for humanities. And so we gathered a variety of diaries that were really, really interesting. And in the end, at the end of the year, they were presenting in front of a jury and explain their experience, integrating all the aspects of the teaching methods. And from that project, we initiated a reflection on another types of project. We thought about the framework for these project, multilingual, interdisciplinary project-based learning. And we had other collaborations with colleagues from different departments. So the interdisciplinarity was really at the core of our work. And since you asked me about the workshops we organized with NEOLAiA, well, the implementation of a plurilingual system requires some specificities, trying to also create a transnational space where the mobility of students requires a harmonization in the practices. We also, it's also about very simple questions that are interesting. You know, how would you actually divide the semester? how to carry out evaluations, at what point should the notes should be bottomed up, when should it be mutualized, which criteria for the grades, and in systems that are not universals. So we're out of the standards, and we need to create a new one, which is actually quite odd. It's a familiar oddness, but we need to create some to refer to similar points. But I think on the one hand, we need to get one needs to get out of the comfort zone to create a new institutional territory called alliance that would suppose mediation, consensus, dedication, and decentering process beyond the national frontiers. After our 2 workshops, we wondered about the sharing and the governance. We need to go beyond the centralized governance. A centralized model where decision-making are vertical are not suitable for the international systems. It wouldn't take into account the local systems and the specificity of each institution. It is then necessary to approach it in a more collaborative way with the teachers, admin staff, students associated to the reflection and the implementation of the project. So I would actually call it a scaled governance, an open system where one needs to accept a certain amount of uncertainty. And the implementation of different projects led us to build new educational, pedagogical projects that are becoming tools to think and act together. They're not only the fruit of a juxtaposition, but the result of complex gathering with new lines of direction of work, and that required negotiation and the valorization of different approaches, because it is about finding a dynamic replacing too big of a centralization, and avoid decentralization that could lead and that could put at risk the project. Thank you very much. I need to stop.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, bon, nos trois collègues ont été assez...
Our 3 colleagues it took quite some time, so we may take a little less work, questions that what was planned.
Pas de questions.
Intervention of Mike.
bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Hello, everybody. In order to close this symposium, I have the great pleasure to receive, even if it's online, Sasha Beck from the General Direction from European Commission that will answer our question. Hello, Sasha, and thank you for being here with us this afternoon. I hope you can hear me well. Great. Thank you for this invitation. It is a real pleasure to be with you this afternoon. Sorry I couldn't join you physically, and I mean in person. But at least I can participate in that way. I could follow some of the exchanges online, and also and listen to some of the colleagues and the questions and the reflection that are currently taking place, and research results that are quite interesting. So thank you. Thank you for this invitation. So without further ado, I'll ask the first question. We're here to talk about plurilingualism as a European Commission actor, considering multilingualism or plurilingualism. How do you view this as opposed to the Council of Europe, for instance? Does it exist interactions between both organizations on these subject matters? Yes, of course. I heard and there are a lot of definitions and understanding of these terms for the use of multilingualism within the EU, which would be the knowledge of several languages, the coexistence of those in society, and then the social dimension, and then the multilingualism that would be more about gathering several languages and with the capacity to communicate and sort of negotiate this juxtaposition of languages, taking into consideration pluricultural and plurilingual competences. We talk about plurilingualism also in the Council of Europe. That doesn't mean that we all agree or that they're totally different. I believe they can actually complement each other. And when it comes to interactions, the European Union or the European Commissions and the Council of Europe, there are cooperations between those organizations, especially with regard to policies, linguistic policies. There is actually some interaction with the European Center for Foreign Languages within the ULB. It's a partnership that has been now existing for the past 12 years between those two institutions with goals that translate into using innovation in the practice and in the learning of foreign languages, putting in common resources and helping the member state to put in practice the different policies that are being designed with regard to education or linguistic education. To provide you with a concrete example, also because it took place recently, the European Language Day, that is the result of this cooperation, in the framework of general goals of this cooperation, the promotion of the learning and the use of languages as a mean to support the intercultural dialogue, the social cohesion, and the preservation of diversity, cultural diversity, and the facilitation and the validation, the acknowledgement of competences to facilitate mobility. And maybe to give you some concrete fields of this cooperation, we also support teachers training, making sure that they have the right equipment and the right competences for the class management, where there cultural diversity does, an important cultural diversity exists, which is important when it comes to teaching quality. Once again, it's about aligning tests within this European framework, the EU sphere for linguistic competences, the use of digital tools, the language preservation, also regional minority languages. And this is just to give you an example to illustrate the main field those two institutions have been cooperated on.
Thank you very much for the overview and the different interactions that take place between the two different organizations. I know that within your department, you work more specifically on the European Initiative for Diversity, and one of the major topics is the question of the European degree or diploma. Can you tell us a bit more? Can you tell us if the intention is through this European degree to promote multilingualism and plurilingualism in general? Well, yes, of course. And so probably the most of you knew this already, but the European Commission put forward a proposal in April of this year. And I'm sorry if I'm using some English terms, but we proposed a European degree package. And it's a way of approaching the multilingual issue in Europe. So just to give you a bit of a description of what is the European degree package about, what is the European degree about? And it's about adopting, and what are the European criteria that are proposed? And there's a multilingual aspect to it. So what is it? It's a new degree that will be proposed, and that will be awarded after a bachelor's or a licence. So a 3-year degree, and it will be delivered either at the regional level or the institutional level. It's a degree that will be signed up for on a voluntary basis. And there's a common basis of criteria that are validated at the European level. And so there's a dominating European dimension for the European degree. So there's criteria that are European validated. So what obstacles can the European degree remedy? So there were 6 pilot projects or experimental products that were financed by the Erasmus Plus program of the last 2 years. And they tested what it would be like to have a European degree label. So there were 40 higher learning institutions that were involved throughout Europe. There were various state members, ministries, and national and regional authorities were charged with accreditation and ensuring quality, so quality assurance. And there were also representatives from the world of entrepreneurship and student organizations. And which were the conclusions of the pilot initiative. There was a list of about 50 legal and administrative obstacles that were identified, which universities come across when they try to institute or elaborate or grant joint degrees between the universities. So there are obstacles, but it's probably because of these obstacles, which actually shows that there's an absence of compatibility between our different national systems. So just to give you some examples, and I know I'm repeating what was presented earlier, and I think that I heard things about different configurations for the semesters, and so there were certain rules that were incompatible when it comes to the way the curriculum are structured, the number of semesters that are incompatible between different establishments, or incompatible rules when it comes to the teaching of certain languages. And mixed learning is accepted in certain frameworks, but not by others. And this might make you smile, but it could be on the model of the degree itself. It can go right through to the thickness of the paper, the signature that needs to appear on the degree. And so there were various obstacles that the universities came across. And so the Commission's proposal is intended to solve and overcome these obstacles. So now coming back to multilingualism, there is a common base of European criteria that has been proposed. And there are three dimensions. There's the organization and management of transnational programs. So that's more for establishments of higher learning, and it's provided for quality assurance. Another dimension is the learning experience. And the proposal mentions things such as being focused on the learner, integrating mobility opportunities in the degree, and also the acquisition of digital skills. And the last aspect, the last dimension, are European values, including multilingualism. There's inclusivity, upholding diversity, and multilingualism. And so those are the components of the criteria. And during the course of the common program, each student will at least use 2 different languages. They'll be exposed to 2 different languages. So 2 official languages used in the European Union. And it could be either the active or passive use of one or several languages. In all different fields of education. It could be during exams, it could be during various classroom activities or professional commitments, during mobility periods. So I'll just conclude by saying what I've already heard during some of the presentations earlier. It's not a revolutionary approach. Linguistic and human and social science is something that's always existed, but it is a step forward for all the different fields. And the criteria of being multilingual goes beyond just one specific field. It's about increasing the students' exposure to learning other languages. And the plans to have a European degree, it will be an instrument that will be available to the member states and the universities and institutes of higher learning. And it's intended to simplify and the costs of having common programs and common degrees, as well as to make the rewarding of European degrees easier. And so it can be offered to a large number of students throughout Europe. And so this provides for a certain amount of inclusiveness in the future and enables more students to have more international, intercultural experiences, give them access to mobility experiences, enabling them to develop key competencies such as multilingualism. So it's a means to overcome the various obstacles. And so through your answer, we can see to what extent multilingualism is linked, is an integral part of the European degree program, which will be one of the first European labels. And the need was to lift any barriers and to further cooperation between the different member states. This afternoon, we saw that a lot of European universities have chosen to have work packages that entail being plurilingual or the issue of multilingualism. And so this European initiative, although at the outset it was something new, I'm not sure that the European Commission was quite expecting the variety and the originality of the response. But it comes from an implicit intention by the Commission to push the alliances to think about the issue of multilingualisms. Do you think that's the case, or do you think it came about spontaneously? A little bit of both. What you need to remember with this initiative by the European universities is that it came about as a result of a process of co-creation. It was co-design. And multilingualism lies and lay at the heart of this initiative right from the beginning, because it involves co-construction, co-creation. It was done in conjunction with the member states and the sector of higher learning. And so it's a common idea that emerged from all the discussions that were held and were unavoidable. And so that was the original vision. And of course, there are all these universities that are getting together, being able to speak in different languages is also a positive. And when you speak to the indirect consequences or the suggested consequences, one of the priorities, which is clearly stated in the policy and communications in the European education area, is that the European strategy for universities is also mentioned in the text or calls by Erasmus+. Multilingualism is mentioned explicitly. And so there's been a clear call for multilingualism following by the initiative that was co-created at the outset. And so it's been clearly mentioned in the intentions for policy, but it's also become a bottom-up type of process where the alliances took on board the issue. The policies are now there. They've been written. But the institutions have autonomy in their application thereof. And so it's the context of the alliances which was conducive to them taking this topic on and developing their own models. And we heard about some of these initiatives a bit earlier, and some of these models a bit earlier. And So multilingualism is a core feature of this initiative. And as a result of the discussions, the alliances have taken this on and developed different models that work according to their different contexts. As you said, each alliance is unique. And there is likely to be further discussions and certain discussions that have been held over the last few days. There's a lot of work that remains to be done. So that is undeniable. If we want to have a real linguistic diversity and cultural diversity, there's more work to be done. And I'd like to put emphasis on the role of the alliances. The alliances are there to act as a type of a trailblazer and to set the example and to go off the beaten track as well. So they have a role to play in participating in the momentum and changing things, because it's about changing mentalities, changing mindsets. And the alliances have the capacity to experiment with new models in order to, within the upcoming years, to have the possibility of having multilingual and multicultural classes, not only within the remit of the alliances, but beyond. And so we're keeping a keen eye. It's a work in progress. It's busy being developed at the moment, and we will provide support wherever necessary for these various initiatives. So this brings me to the next question. I can only imagine that you have a global overview of what's happening in the alliances. Have there been any initiatives that have particularly grabbed your attention and are particularly relevant in promoting cultural, linguistic diversity? Well, thank you for this question. Of course, we're trying to keep an eye and follow up on everything that's happening in the field. And it's becoming increasingly complicated because there's a lot being done by the different alliances, if I've got to be honest with you. But being to participate in conferences such as this one, being able to listen and to see various colleagues present their initiatives. We've heard about some of these initiatives from Brussels, and so it's very motivating for us. And I agree with what was presented in the session before when they spoke about practices that are very relevant for cultural and linguistic diversity. And at this point, I would like to mention a few other initiatives. And there were certain others that were mentioned while the last speaker was presenting them, because they were part of my list. I had to cross a certain number of them out. I'd like to mention some of them, and that we've seen emerge recently. And there will be a report published at the end of the year, and all of the details will be released. So I'd like to list some of them. There's a multilingual and multicultural center that offers virtual online classes to develop not only linguistic skills, but cultural skills too. There are various laboratories, multilingual and intercultural and language laboratories, that take the shape of a platform, enabling research into interculturality and multilingualism and the active use of languages to be developed. There is another multilingual laboratory in schools and in universities. You mentioned the joint master's program, and so I'm not going to repeat that one. The EC2U program that was just mentioned before was on my list. And another interesting initiative is innovative systems for recognizing those activities that go beyond academic teaching and learning. And so, for example, there is a language star that recognizes formal language learning as well as its application. So it's a type of a system for recognizing achievements. There are various models and systems of linguistic governance that are applied within the various alliances. And so there's a huge number of initiatives. There was the tandems, intercomprehension, the various multilingual and diversity communities that exist. There's all that's being done when it comes to training future trainers or candidate teachers, or vocational training given to teachers. So there are numerous work packages. And if we've understood this correctly, there's going to be a common charter by NEOLAiA, and we'll add that to our list. And two last things I wanted to mention. There's a lot of innovation when it comes to the quality of teaching, and languages that encourage or promote intercultural skills development, as well as all those that promote mobility, mobility for the academic and university staff. And so there are lots of European initiatives that through exchanges and via the different establishments has a wide reach and has managed to integrate parts of the university communities that weren't necessarily involved in this before. And so there's another part of promoting intercultural and language diversity. We've also developed a follow-up framework in collaboration with the various stakeholders within the world of higher learning, the alliances themselves and the various stakeholders. And there's going to be a report that is going to be published before the end of the year on the potential of such an initiative to transform. And the impact of multilingualism. So beyond everything I've mentioned, I encourage you to read the report once it will be available at the end of the year. And beyond all these positive developments, it's true that there's still a lot that remains to be done. Including if we want to have an impact on a large number of students. But we heard about the common base today, and there's a lot of work that remains to be done, but there's a lot that has been done already. And this common base is a good thing, and it's an important thing. And in this NEOLAiA Symposium, we're counting on the alliances to build things, to be inspired by what's been done before, and to share their experiences. And so I wanted to mention the community of practices and its institution, which was supported by the last call by Erasmus+, and everything that's been introduced with activities set to begin this autumn.
Also to mention that the promotion of cultural diversity within the alliances can be further discussed thanks to these best practices community to try and face the challenges and see what can be done. Thank you, Sasha. We're getting to the end of this symposium. So just in a nutshell, what would be the greatest advancement progresses? Well, just before that, a state of play of the situation. We have 54 alliances gathering a whole lot of university from everywhere in Europe. And there are different types of higher education institutions, applied sciences, technical and technological arts, universities, music institutes. That this reflects the diversity of the sector. But I think it also has similarity with what you have been observed. When it comes to multiplying the perspective. This is what this initiative is all about in the end. So, and it is a great progress. And then as far as the alliances are concerned and what they could set up, I think there is the development of common governance that have been developed, the work for inter-university campuses, being either the programs, the platforms, the brochures, offering common courses for students to try and diversify the training offers. Basically, elements that are part of qualitative elements, using English as a lingua franca, with numerous opportunities created within these alliances to facilitate learnings, favoring the inclusion and the creation of and the opening of opportunities. And then to get back to multilingualism, there are several initiatives for training in engineering, working on a specific European engineer profile, working on digital tools, on sustainability, environmental transition, alliances. Also shaped many different ways to teach, especially through challenges. And another important feature is the exchanges between the associated partners that allow putting in practice all the challenges. Also, the mutualization of resources with a straightened teaching and I believe that this can be important to go in depth, with anything that has to do with social justice, languages, beyond a simple tool of communication, to see and seize the diversity of cultures. This can be a good ground and to develop several initiatives and understanding the links between the different alliances to continue supporting the alliances and their approaches on the long run. Also thinking about investment for the next program period. This financing approach will be more global, and that would take the dimension covered by Erasmus+, trying to create synergies with different instruments and the regional and national financing. to show the impact of this initiative. To conclude, now that I have listed pretty concrete things, well, European universities have, what they have been doing with major progresses, taking into account this European identity, the feel that you belong, that one belongs to Europe. And I think this is a very unifying process, enabling interculturality and mutual understanding that contribute to those development but also everything that is being done within European universities. It's also the way we view multilingualism as something that can be attractive as an incentive for the staff and for teachers and students. The idea being here to transform the reality of these training and university space. And here I refer to Piccoletta talking about a fifth freedom that would allow to work to carry out researches throughout through different European territories. So this is also part of the guidelines that have been mentioned by Mrs. von der Leyen. Also, in what Roxana Minsatou, that speaks volume about the potential and the importance of this initiative and the numerous steps that we've already accomplished. So I think these are important choices for Europe in an uncertain political context. Show the capacity of alliances to discover, to learn, and to create open-mindedness. These are fundamental elements that need to be mentioned. This is a way also to have people be closer. And this is how people will relate to this European capacity and create cohesion in Europe.
Merci infiniment, Sacha Beck.
Thank you, Sacha Beck. These will be the last words. Thank you very much to all of you for your attendance. Big thanks to the co-organizers of these days, the members of the NEOLAiA Bureau, people from the PDM that allowed live broadcasting. Thank you very much. We'll continue the conversation around a little coffee. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day.